Yo! Welcome to N.O. Harry, got an absolute banger for you today. Goblin blood test revealed Harry was heir to 16 ancient houses and ICW arrested Dumbledore live. Like, subscribe, comment below. Let's go. Chapter 1, The Test. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. Not the Hogwarts letter, that came 3 days later, tucked inside a stack of 11 others that Dudley tried to sit on before Vernon snatched the whole pile and locked them in the garden shed. The letter that mattered arrived first, before the chaos, before Vernon's purple-faced rants about freaks and owls and the perfectly normal family he deserved to have. It arrived quietly, slipped through the mail slot at 6:14 in the morning while the Dursleys were still asleep, sealed in cream-colored parchment so thick it felt like pressed bone, stamped with a wax crest that showed a dragon eating a coin. Harry found it because Harry was always awake early. The cupboard under the stairs didn't lend itself to sleeping in. He sat on his cot and turned the envelope over in his hands. His name was written on the front in copper ink that seemed to shift slightly when he tilted it toward the thin strip of light coming under the cupboard door. Mr. H. J. Potter. The cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Below his name, in smaller letters, by certified Goblin post. Receipt magically confirmed. Opening required within 48 hours or legal default applies. Harry didn't know what legal default meant. He opened the letter. The parchment inside was dense with text, formal and clipped in the way of legal documents, but he read it twice through and understood the important parts clearly enough. Gringotts Wizarding Bank was writing to inform him that upon his attaining the age of 11 years, he was legally entitled, and in several cases legally required, to submit to a standard inheritance assessment. The test was called a blood lineage and estate verification ritual. It would take approximately 2 hours. It was entirely painless. Transportation to and from Gringotts would be arranged at the bank's expense. A guardian or legal proxy was required to be present, or alternatively, Harry could invoke a little-known provision called the Emancipated Minor Clause if his current guardian refused to attend. At the bottom of the letter, in a different hand, smaller, more angular, like the writer was used to carving rather than writing, was a single additional line: "We have been waiting to conduct this assessment for some time, Mr. Potter. We strongly advise you not to delay." Harry read that line 4 more times. Then he folded the letter carefully, tucked it under his mattress, and went to make breakfast. Vernon said no immediately, reflexively, before Harry had finished the second sentence. He said it the way he said most things to Harry, with his jaw thrust forward and his face doing the slow color change from pink to red that Harry had privately catalogued over 10 years like a naturalist studying an unpleasant species. Petunia stood at the sink with her back turned and said nothing, which was its own kind of answer. Harry waited until Vernon finished. Then he said, "The letter mentions something called legal default. I don't know what it means, but it sounds like if I don't go, the bank takes some kind of action automatically. It says a representative will contact my guardian directly if I fail to respond." Vernon's color shifted from red toward the purple end of the spectrum. "That's their problem," he said. "We're not going near any bank full of goblins," Harry said pleasantly. "The letter says goblins. They run the bank. They also seem to be the ones who determine what happens to whatever it is they want to tell me about." He paused. "I could write back and ask them to explain the legal default in more detail. I'm sure a response owl would be very discreet." He watched Vernon think about what an owl arriving at 4, Privet Drive might look like to the neighbors. 2 hours, Vernon said through his teeth. "And you don't talk to me for the rest of the week." "Brilliant," Harry said, and went to eat his toast. Petunia drove him. This surprised Harry more than almost anything else about the morning. Vernon had assumed he'd send Harry on the tube alone, but Petunia had put her coat on without a word and picked up her car keys, and something in the set of her mouth had made Vernon shut his. She didn't speak during the drive into London. Harry didn't push it. He watched the city build itself up around the motorway and thought about the letter's phrase, "We have been waiting," and what exactly that implied about how long there had been something to wait for. Gringotts was taller than Harry expected. He'd been past the city before on school trips, past the banks and the insurance buildings with their gleaming facades, and Gringotts fit in among them the way a cathedral fits among terraced houses, technically the same category, functionally a different species. The white marble was almost aggressive in its cleanliness. The bronze doors were enormous. A goblin standing at the entrance, barely taller than Harry's shoulder, with long clever fingers and eyes like polished flint, looked at Harry's letter and then at Harry himself, and something shifted very briefly in its expression before it smoothed back to professional blankness. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said. "Director Ragnarok has been informed of your arrival. Please follow." Petunia made a small sound behind Harry. He glanced back at her. Her face was the color of old milk. "You can wait here," Harry told her, not unkindly. "I'll come find you after." She nodded without looking at him, and sat down on the nearest bench with her handbag clutched in both hands like something might try to take it. They went deep. Not the public areas of the bank, not the long marble hall with its teller windows and echoing ceilings. The goblin led Harry through a side door, down a corridor paneled in something that wasn't quite wood and wasn't quite stone, past offices whose doors were etched with symbols Harry didn't recognize, down 2 flights of stairs that curved in directions that didn't entirely make geometric sense, and finally into a room that was clearly important because it was the first room that was warm. It was circular, modestly sized, with a round table of dark stone in the center. The walls held shelves of ledgers, every spine labeled in goblin script. A fire burned in a grate that seemed too large for the room. And behind the table sat a goblin who was old in the way that mountains are old, not decrepit, just layered, as though a significant amount of history had been compressed into the small, sharp-eyed figure watching Harry walk through the door. "Sit down, Mr. Potter," said the goblin. His voice was low and unhurried. "I am Ragnarok. I am Senior Director of Accounts, which means I am the individual ultimately responsible for the management of anything associated with your name. I have held this position for 112 years. He paused. In that time, I have personally overseen 11 inheritance assessments. Yours will be the 12th. Harry sat. Is that a lot? 11. It is 11 more than most directors conduct in a career, Ragnarok said. Inheritance assessments of the complexity we anticipate for your account are not common. They require my personal involvement. You anticipate complexity, Harry said. You don't know yet. We know some things, Ragnarok said. We know what the ledgers say and what the magic of this bank has recorded. We do not know all the reasons why certain entries appear as they do. The assessment ritual will clarify. He gestured toward a shallow stone basin on the table between them, about the size of a dinner plate, filled with something that looked like water but was perfectly still in a way that water never quite managed. This is a sanguinum veritas basin. Blood truth basin. A single drop of your blood, willingly given, and the magic does the rest. It is as old as Gringotts itself. Harry looked at the basin. And it tells you, what, exactly? Lineage, Ragnarok said. Family lines, both acknowledged and unacknowledged. Hereditary magical claims, estates, seats, objects, titles. Any existing magical bindings on your person. He said the last part with deliberate care, the way someone places a fragile object on a table. And the status of those bindings. Harry looked up from the basin. What kind of bindings? Ragnarok's expression didn't change. That is what the assessment is for, Mr. Potter. Shall we begin? There was a small silver instrument on the table, something like a quill but ending in a fine point. Harry picked it up, pressed it to the tip of his index finger, and felt a sting that was sharp and quick. A single bead of dark red blood welled up. He held his finger over the basin and let it fall. The drop hit the surface. For a moment, nothing. Then the basin lit up from the inside, white gold light pouring up through the still liquid, and Harry had to squint against it. The light organized itself, not into shapes, exactly, but into structure, a pattern of lines connecting and branching and reaching outward like a river system seen from very high above. From somewhere in the walls, a quill scratched against parchment on its own, producing a sound like a very busy secretary working against a deadline. Ragnarok watched the light. Harry watched Ragnarok. The old goblin's face was controlled, but control, Harry had found, was its own kind of expression. You could see the effort of it. And right now, the effort was significant. Ragnarok's flint chip eyes moved across the light patterns with the systematic attention of someone reading a document, and twice, his jaw tightened in a way that had nothing to do with displeasure and everything to do with confirmation of something he had apparently suspected but not quite believed until this moment. The light took 11 minutes to complete itself. Harry counted. When it faded, the quill in the walls went quiet. Ragnarok sat still for a moment. Then he reached to his right, and a scroll of parchment rolled itself from the wall and landed in his hand. He read it. He read it again. He set it on the table and looked at Harry with an expression that was, as far as Harry could decode it, somewhere between professional satisfaction and something that in a human face might have been a kind of tired vindication. "Well," Ragnarok said. "Well," Harry said back. "Mr. Potter." Ragnarok flattened his long fingers on the table. "I am going to read you the results of your assessment. I want you to listen to the complete list before you respond. Can you do that?" "Yes," Harry said. "Primary lineage," Ragnarok said, his voice settling into the flat rhythms of formal recitation. "Paternal, House Potter, ancient and noble. Heir confirmed, no contest, full estate and seat intact." He paused. "Maternal, House Evans. Minor house, no Wisingamot seat, estate currently held in trust, irregularly, I will note, as the trust was established without your knowledge or consent." Another pause. "However." He looked at Harry. "However," he said again, "the basin has traced your lineage beyond the immediate parental lines. This is not unusual in itself. Magic frequently surfaces ancestral claims that the holder is unaware of. What is unusual is the number of such claims, and their nature." He lifted the scroll. "House Gryffindor," he read. "Ancient and most noble. Heir confirmed through maternal bloodline, dormant for 3 generations. House Peveril. Ancient and most noble. Heir confirmed through paternal bloodline, dormant for 2 generations. House Slytherin." He paused very briefly, the only tell he allowed himself, "ancient and most noble. Heir confirmed through a secondary maternal line, dormant for 4 generations." Harry said nothing. He was listening. "House Emrys," Ragnarok continued. "Ancient beyond reckoning, the bank's oldest classification. Heir confirmed through a pre-Roman magical line that your maternal ancestry carries in diluted but legally sufficient form." The quill on the scroll moved as Ragnarok's finger tracked down. "House Fleamont. House Peveril secondary line. House Gaunt, which is a subsidiary of Slytherin and therefore collapses into that primary claim. House Blackwell, dormant. House Ravenclaw," Harry's hand on the table pressed flat. "Ancient and most noble," Ragnarok said, without looking up. "Heir confirmed through a collateral line of the Peveril ancestry. Dormant for 6 generations. House Hufflepuff, all 4 founders," Harry said quietly. "All 4 founders," Ragnarok confirmed, just as quietly. He looked up. "Shall I continue?" "Please." House Longbottom collateral claim, not primary, not sufficient to challenge the current heir, but legally a secondary claim that confers seat rights. House Bones, similarly collateral. House Slytherin primary consolidates 3 additional subsidiary houses, Gaunt, as mentioned, Riddle, another microscopic pause, and Morphin. House Black, through a maternal line that the basin has traced through your grandmother's ancestry. The Black family tree was deliberately altered, Mr. Potter, which is an offense under Gringotts Charter. The alteration does not invalidate the blood claim. It simply confirms the fraud." He set the scroll down. "That is 16, he said. 16 ancient houses to which you have legally confirmed blood claim. 8 of those houses have active Wizarding seats. 3 of those houses, Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Peveril, have seats on the International Confederation of Wizards Heritage Council. And House Emery's, if you choose to activate that claim, carries what is called a Founder's Override, a provision written into the ICW charter that grants its holder veto power over any piece of wizarding legislation passed within the last 2 centuries. The fire crackled. Harry took a slow breath through his nose. Okay, he said. Ragnock tilted his head, a minimal movement. Okay. That's a lot of houses, Harry said. It is the most I have seen in one assessment, Ragnock said. In 112 years. And none of it was ever told to me. Ragnock's expression settled into something that was, for a goblin, quite close to pointed. No. Why not? Harry asked. If this is all on record, it's all in those ledgers on the wall, isn't it? The bank knew. So why didn't anyone tell me? Ragnock was quiet for a moment. Not the quiet of someone who doesn't know the answer. The quiet of someone deciding how much of the answer to give. There is a second portion of the assessment, he said. The bindings. I told you the ritual would surface any existing magical bindings on your person. He opened a second scroll, this one shorter. 3 were found. The first is a blood ward, keyed to your mother's sacrifice, legitimate, fading now that you are approaching your majority. The second is a magical suppression weave. It has been active since you were approximately 15 months old. It does not block your magic entirely, but it caps your accessible power at approximately 30% of your actual capacity. He watched Harry's face. You have been operating at less than a third of your potential your entire life, and you did not know it because you have never known anything different. Harry's finger traced a line on the stone table. Back and forth. Back and forth. And the third, he said. The third, Ragnock said, is a compulsion ward. Mild, sophisticated, long-standing. Designed to produce in you a specific emotional response to a specific individual, trust. Affection. A disposition to defer. He placed the scroll on the table between them, and his voice was entirely level. The ward carries a magical signature. We can identify who cast it. We can identify who renewed it. It was renewed 3 times, the most recent renewal being approximately 2 years ago. Who, Harry said. It wasn't really a question. Something in his chest had already assembled the answer from pieces he hadn't known were pieces until right now. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Ragnock said. Headmaster of Hogwarts. Supreme Mugwump of the ICW. Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. The individual who, I should also note, filed the legal paperwork placing you with your maternal aunt rather than activating the established guardianship protocols of 7 of the 16 houses now confirmed to be yours. He folded his hands. Each of those houses had designated magical guardians. Each of those guardians was alive and willing at the time of your parents' deaths. Each of them received no notification. The fire had gotten quieter, or Harry's awareness of it had. The room felt very close, very still, very present in the way that rooms only feel when something important is happening inside them. He suppressed my power, Harry said. Yes. He put a compulsion on me. Yes. He blocked my inheritance, hid my houses, removed my legal guardians, and placed me in a home that had no connection to my family or my world. Harry's voice was flat and steady and absolutely without performance. For 10 years. For 10 years, Ragnock said. Why? Harry asked. If I'm, all of this. If I have all of this. Why would he want me weak and ignorant and, hidden away? Ragnock looked at him for a long moment. That, he said carefully, is a question with answers that the bank can partially provide, and answers that you will have to pursue yourself. What I can tell you is this, a wizard who does not know his power cannot wield it. A lord who does not know his houses cannot claim them. A boy who trusts absolutely in the guidance of one man will not look for other guidance, regardless of how much better that guidance might be. He paused. You were being managed, Mr. Potter. Carefully, skillfully, and with the patience of someone who planned to maintain that management for a very long time. Harry looked at the basin, now cold and clear again, innocent looking, just water in a stone dish. Can the bindings be removed? He asked. The suppression weave and the compulsion ward, yes. Here. Today. It will require your consent, which I am asking for now, and it will require approximately 40 minutes. The blood ward we leave intact, it is your mother's magic, and it still offers protection. Ragnar's voice was steady, professional, but his eyes held something that Harry was starting to recognize as the goblin equivalent of anger, not hot anger, not the volcanic kind, but the deep, geological kind that had been building pressure for a very long time. I should also tell you that the bank is required by its own charter to report evidence of illegal magical bindings on a minor to the appropriate authority. In this case, given that the appropriate domestic authority, the Ministry of Magic, is politically compromised by the individual who cast the bindings, we have a secondary reporting obligation to the International Confederation of Wizards. Harry looked at him sharply. The ICW has been provided a preliminary report, Ragnar said. At 7:45 this morning. Before you arrived. We anticipated this result, Mr. Potter, based on discrepancies in your ledger accounts that we have been monitoring for nearly a decade. The formal assessment result will be transmitted within the hour. He paused. ICW investigator Amelia Bones has been the case officer on a related inquiry for 6 years. She has been waiting for something she described to me, in a meeting 3 years ago, as, he glanced at a note on his desk, the piece that makes the whole picture impossible to deny. Harry absorbed this. She already has a case. She has half a case, Ragnar said. You are the other half. Harry looked at his hands on the stone table. The small cut on his finger had already closed, but he could still feel the ghost of the sting. He thought about 10 years of small rooms and hand-me-down clothes and Dudley's fists and teachers who stopped liking him when he accidentally knew more than he was supposed to. He thought about the dreams he'd had all his life of green light and a woman's voice, and the way that voice had always felt like the most real thing in any room he'd been in, even though he couldn't remember her face. He thought about 30%. Less than a third. He wondered what the other 70 felt like. Remove the bindings, he said. It took 43 minutes, not 40. The goblin who performed the removal, introduced to Harry simply as Cursebreaker Thornshiv, was methodical and humorless and moved her hands around Harry's head and shoulders in precise patterns that left small trails of amber light dissipating in the air. Harry sat still and felt, at first, nothing. Then something like pressure, the kind that builds in your ears in descent, which built steadily until it was almost uncomfortable, and then, it released. It was not a dramatic thing. No lightning, no explosive surge, no thunderclap of awakened power. It was quieter than that and more profound. It was the sensation of breathing properly for the first time after a decade of doing it wrong, not painful, not violent, just correct in a way that made the preceding incorrectness suddenly obvious by contrast. Harry sat in the chair and the world was incrementally, unmistakably, more. Colors were the same. Sounds were the same. But the awareness underneath them, the thing that Harry had always half noticed at the edges of his attention, the flickering, half-alive sensation that made glass break when he was angry and hair grow back when it was cut, that was fully awake now, and it was not small. It was not small at all. Thornshiv stepped back and studied him the way a professional studies a finished piece of work. How do you feel? She asked. Different, Harry said honestly. You will feel more different over the next few days, she said. The suppression lifted cleanly, but your core will take time to reach its natural equilibrium. Do not attempt complex spell work for 48 hours. After that, she paused, and for just a moment something that might have been professional appreciation crossed her severe face, you will want to practice somewhere private. Ragnar was watching from the doorway. Harry looked at him. The houses, Harry said. What do I do about the houses? You begin formal claim proceedings, Ragnar said. We handle the legal architecture. Each house will require an oath of acceptance and a blood seal, simple, takes minutes each. We can begin today on the primary claims, Potter, Gryffindor, Peveril. The others can follow at intervals over the next months. But there is a sequence I would suggest. He moved to the table and laid out a chart that seemed to have assembled itself from the scrollwork while Harry was having the bindings removed. We begin with Peveril. There is something in the Peveril vault that I believe you should have in your possession before you walk into Hogwarts. What is it? Harry asked. That, Ragnar said, is something the vault itself will show you. What I can tell you is that Albus Dumbledore has been in legal possession of one item that belongs to that vault, claiming it as a personal loan arrangement. The documentation for that loan is fraudulent. When you claim the Peveril estate, the item returns to you automatically under Gringotts' charter. Harry thought about this. He has something of mine. He has had something of yours for 10 years, Ragnar said. Along with the interest from 7 of your vaults, which has been redirected to several causes. Some legitimate. Some, less so. He picked up a third scroll, shorter than the others. The total sum, accounting for compound growth and redirected interest, is approximately 700,000 galleons. The number meant very little to Harry concretely, because he had no reference for what galleons actually bought. But he could read Ragnar's face well enough by now to understand that it was a number that was meant to be staggering. Is that a lot? He said anyway. It is the annual budget of 3 average ministry departments, Ragnar said. Harry nodded slowly. Right. Do you have questions? Harry thought about it properly. He had 100 questions, maybe more, but most of them were the kind that required not more information but time to sit with everything and let it settle into something he could think about clearly. There was one question, though, that was immediate and practical. Dumbledore, he said. When the ICW gets my assessment results, what happens to him? Ragnar considered this with the deliberate care of a being who had learned over a very long life to choose his words like a craftsman chooses his tools. The ICW has existing evidence of financial irregularities, illegal use of political position, and suppression of legitimate inheritance claims for at least 6 minor houses. You have now provided evidence of 16, he said. Added to that is the confirmed presence of illegal compulsion magic on a minor, cast and renewed by a named individual. Under ICW Charter, Articles 44 through 47, this constitutes grounds for immediate suspension of all offices held by the named individual and mandatory appearance before an international tribunal. He paused. Article 44, specifically, does not permit bail arrangements or procedural delay. The suspension and appearance are executed immediately upon formal charge. Immediately, Harry said. ICW enforcement moves quickly when they have the evidence they need, Ragnar said. They have been building this case for 6 years. I would estimate, he looked at the clock on the wall, which had hands but no numbers and appeared to track something other than hours, that we have perhaps 3 weeks before they move. Or, Harry said slowly, they already know when he'll be somewhere public. Somewhere symbolic. When would he be in public, surrounded by witnesses, in a situation where it would be politically impossible for the ministry to interfere? He stopped. Ragnar looked at him. September 1st, Harry said. King's Cross. Every parent in Wizarding Britain is there. Every child going to Hogwarts. Every newspaper that covers education and society events. He paused. If you wanted to make it impossible to bury, that's when you do it. Ragnar was quiet for a long moment. Then, very carefully, he said, the bank does not have foreknowledge of ICW operational timetables. Of course not, Harry agreed. However, Ragnar said, with the faintest possible alteration in his tone, I would suggest that on September 1st, you allow yourself to arrive at King's Cross somewhat earlier than strictly necessary. Harry looked at him. Ragnar looked back with the placid, ancient expression of someone who had just said exactly what he meant and not a single word more. "The Peveril Vault," Harry said. "Let's go." They took a cart. Harry had never been on a Gringotts cart before, but he gripped the front rail and kept his eyes open and decided it was brilliant in a furious, stomach-dropping way that had nothing to do with composure. Thornshiv sat opposite him with both hands folded in her lap like the speed was entirely beneath her notice. They went down and then sideways through a tunnel cut in raw stone that sparked with something mineral in the torchlight, through a waterfall that Thornshiv told him neutrally was an thief's downfall. It washed away enchantments and disguises, and into a vault corridor so deep that the air tasted different. Older. Like the bottom of a well that had been dry for centuries. Vault 7. The Peveril Vault. The door was not like the other vault doors Harry had glimpsed, those were iron-reinforced stone, solid, prosaic. The Peveril door was black stone carved with interlocking patterns that moved when he looked directly at them, shifting into new configurations that he suspected were significant if you knew how to read them. On the door at chest height was a recessed panel, and in the center of the panel, a symbol, a triangle enclosing a circle, bisected by a vertical line. Harry looked at it. Something in his newly unbound awareness recognized it. Not consciously, not in the way you recognize a word or a face, but in the deeper registers, the way you recognize the smell of rain before you hear it. Ragnarok spoke a word in gobbledygook and the panel lit up amber. "Your blood," Thornshiv said quietly. "On the symbol." Harry pressed his thumb to the carved triangle. The amber deepened to gold, and the door swung inward with a sound like a held breath being released, and the vault beyond it breathed out cold air that smelled of stone and old wood and something electrically charged, like the air before lightning. It was not as full as Harry had expected. He'd imagined mountains of gold, rooms packed with treasures. The Peveril Vault was more deliberate than that, specific objects on specific pedestals and in specific cases, organized with the precision of someone who had known what each thing was and what it mattered. Jewelry. Books. A wand in a case of spelled glass. A small mirror with a stone frame. A ring. And folded on a stand of dark wood in the center of the vault, looking entirely ordinary, a cloak. Harry walked toward it. He'd had a cloak. He remembered, distantly, being told he had a cloak, a memory so old and half-formed it might have been a dream, his father's face in firelight saying one day this will be yours. But that memory had always felt muted, softened, wrapped in something that kept it from being fully clear. A compulsion ward, maybe, pressing down on the memories that might make him ask the right questions. He picked up the cloak. It flowed over his hands like water, cool and weightless, and where it moved it seemed to swallow the torchlight without being dark, just absent, the way a shadow is absent of light rather than filled with dark. He shook it out and it rippled, and where it rippled it vanished the stone floor beneath it, the vault wall behind it, the air around it. An invisibility cloak. A real one. Not a charm, not a disillusionment hex, not the flimsy spelled fabric you could buy in a Diagon Alley shop that faded after a year. This was something structural. Something the magic of the vault itself seemed to lean toward, the way metal leans toward a magnet. This belonged to Dumbledore, Harry said. He had this. He claimed it was given to him by your father for safekeeping, Ragnarok said from the vault entrance. The Peveril ledger records it as property of the estate, loaned without proper documentation, and now returned upon heir confirmation. A pause. We may have expedited the return paperwork somewhat. Harry folded the cloak over his arm. He looked around the vault, at the wand under glass, at the ring on its pedestal. He would need to learn what all of it meant. He would need books and time and probably arguments with people who thought they knew better. But he had time, or at least he had more of it than he'd had this morning. He had this morning, in fact, been a boy with a cupboard and 30% of his own power. He was not sure exactly what he was now, but he thought it was something in the vicinity of a beginning. I'll need the books, he said to Ragnarok. Everything the bank has on the 16 houses. Their histories, their legal standings, what claiming them actually involves politically. And I need to understand the Founder's override, specifically, what it covers and what I'd need to invoke it. We will have everything compiled before you leave today, Ragnarok said. There was something in his voice now that hadn't been there at the start of the morning, not warmth, exactly, because Ragnarok didn't do warmth, but something adjacent to respect, the kind that has been earned rather than assumed. There is one additional matter. Harry looked at him. Your accounts, Ragnarok said. The 7 vaults from which interest was redirected without your authorization. The redirection has been stopped as of this morning, any further interest accrues to you directly. However, the previous redirection is not simply a matter of financial loss. Several of those redirected funds were used to make political donations on your behalf, without your knowledge. You have, on paper, donated to 6 ministry offices, 2 international committees, and the private legal fund of Dumbledore, Harry guessed. The Albus Dumbledore Scholarship Foundation, Ragnarok said, in the particular tone of someone reading something they find simultaneously admirable in its audacity and infuriating in its existence. Yes. Harry laughed. It came out surprised, short, genuine, not bitter, not theatrical, just the involuntary sound of something being so far beyond ordinary dishonesty that it crossed into something almost impressive. He donated my money to himself, Harry said. He named a scholarship fund after himself and funded it with my inheritance. He did. Okay, Harry said again. He turned the cloak over in his hands one more time. Add that to the ICW documentation. It is already there, Ragnarok said. Petunia was still on the bench when Harry came back through the main hall. She had not moved, but she looked different, less pale, more rigid, the kind of rigidity that is holding something in rather than holding something up. Harry sat down next to her, and for a moment neither of them spoke. Did you know? Harry asked. She didn't ask what he meant. That, more than anything, told him the answer. Not all of it, she said. Her voice was clipped and careful, the voice she used for things she'd rather not discuss. I knew you had, that there was something. Dumbledore came to see me. After Lily died. He explained what he needed and why. And you agreed, Harry said. He was very convincing, she said stiffly. He put a compulsion on me, Harry said. Probably put something on you too. That would explain, he stopped. He thought about the years of small cruelties, the cupboard, the deliberate diminishment. Some of it was Petunia. Some of it might have been something that shaped Petunia. He wasn't sure he was ready to work out the proportions. What did he tell you? That you needed to be kept, ordinary, she said. That if you grew up knowing what you were, you'd be, impossible to guide. That it was better for you to be controllable. Controllable, Harry said flatly. Petunia flinched. The first genuine flinch he'd ever seen from her. I thought he knew best, she said. He was Dumbledore. And I wanted to believe it. It was easier to believe it was for your good than to believe I was, she stopped. Harry didn't press it. He'd get to all of it eventually. Today was already the fullest day he'd lived in 10 years and it was barely noon. I have to go back to Privet Drive, he said. Until September 1st. Then I'm going to Hogwarts, and after that, I'm not coming back. He said it without drama, just stating the trajectory. I'll need the Hogwarts letters, Vernon has them in the shed. I'll get them, Petunia said quietly. They sat for another moment, two people who had always been strangers to each other, one of whom was only now understanding why. Harry looked down at the cloak folded over his arm, and at the bag of books and documents Thornshire had pressed into his hands on the way out, the history of 16 houses, the legal framework of a world that had been stolen from him and was now, inch by inch, being given back. He thought about September 1st. He thought about Ragnarok's careful, deliberate not quite statement about being early to King's Cross. He thought about Amelia Bones, who had been building a case for 6 years and was waiting for the piece that made the picture impossible to deny. He thought about Dumbledore, who genuinely believed, Harry suspected, that all of it had been necessary. who had constructed an entire architecture of control and called it protection, who had redirected an inheritance and called it management, who had pressed down 70% of a child's power and called it guidance. He thought about the word Ragnarok had used, managed. Not destroyed. Not hated. Managed. Kept useful. Kept ready. Kept exactly small enough to be handled. And he thought about how Dumbledore would feel, on September 1st, standing on the platform at King's Cross with the whole world watching, when he realized that the thing he had so carefully managed had spent the summer becoming something that could not be managed at all. Harry Potter folded the Peveril cloak more neatly over his arm, picked up his bag of 16 houses, and stood up. "Come on," he said to Petunia. "Let's go home." Chapter 2, The Platform. The summer passed the way summers do when you have a secret, quickly on the outside, enormously slowly on the inside. Harry spent it reading. The books Ragnarok had sent were not light reading. They were dense, legally precise, and frequently written in a style that assumed the reader already understood most of what was being explained, but Harry had spent 10 years making himself useful in school without anyone wanting him to succeed at it, which had made him very good at teaching himself things from books that didn't want to be understood. He read about the ancient and most noble houses, their founding histories, their political structures, the web of alliances and obligations that connected them. He read about the Wisingamot, its seat allocations, its voting procedures, the specific legal provisions that governed how an heir with multiple house claims exercised his votes. He read about the ICW, which was more interesting than the Ministry in the way that a larger, older predator is more interesting than a smaller one. He read about the Founder's Override 3 times, because the first 2 times he didn't quite believe what it said. Vernon had tried, twice, to confiscate the books. The first time, Harry had looked at him with an expression that was entirely new, not the ducking, defecting look of a boy managing an adult's temper, but the flat, assessing look of someone calculating whether a problem was worth engaging with, and Vernon had, for reasons he couldn't quite articulate to himself, put the books back down and gone to watch television. The second time, Harry had simply said, "Don't," and the word had carried enough weight that Dudley, who'd been standing in the doorway, had physically backed up a step. The suppression weave, once removed, had not come back. Thornshiv had been right about the equilibrium. It had taken about a week, during which Harry occasionally broke things by accident when he wasn't paying attention, and a further 3 days after that during which he'd had to be very deliberate about keeping himself calm. After that, it had settled. It had settled into something that felt like a low hum in the background of everything he did, available when he needed it, quiet when he didn't, like a muscle he'd always had but had only just learned to flex. He practiced in the garden at night. Nothing complicated. Thornshiv's 48-hour caution had extended, in his own judgment, to about 2 weeks, but after that he'd started exploring the edges of what he could do wandlessly, something he'd been doing accidentally his whole life and could now do with more intention. He could heat things without touching them. He could extinguish the garden light from across the lawn. He could hold objects suspended in the air for upward of a minute, and the limiting factor was boredom rather than strain. He did not tell the Dursleys any of this. Not because he was hiding, he simply had nothing to say to them that required saying. He wrote to Ragnarok twice, formal correspondence in the style the books told him was correct for a lord writing to his account manager, which still felt faintly absurd but which Ragnarok answered with precise, useful information, the status of the claim proceedings on the first 3 houses, complete. Potter, Gryffindor, Peveril were formally his as of August 15th, the current political situation at the Ministry, unsettled. Several officials had begun quietly distancing themselves from Dumbledore in ways that suggested the rumor mills were already turning, and a 1-line addition at the bottom of the second letter that read, "The ICW Enforcement Division has filed their formal operational timetable. September 1st. King's Cross, Platform 9 3/4. 10:45 a.m. Harry had read that line, folded the letter neatly, and allowed himself 30 seconds of quiet satisfaction before going back to his reading. He also, because he was practical about these things, bought his school supplies. He went alone, with money from the Potter vault. The Gringotts key had been returned to him during the assessment, along with a formal letter of apology for the 11 years it had been withheld, phrased in the precise, diplomatic Goblin style that communicated genuine contrition through the sheer formal weight of the language rather than anything so undignified as emotional expression. Diagon Alley was the first place Harry had been that felt like it was for him, which was a strange sensation he didn't have words for at the time, but which he filed away carefully. He bought his books and robes and potion ingredients, and he spent a long time in Ollivander's. Ollivander himself was old and faintly unsettling in the way of people who pay very close attention to things that other people don't notice. He measured Harry with a tape measure that moved on its own, asked him to try 7 wands in succession, each of which produced nothing, or something wrong, sparks that fizzled or light that came out sideways, and then went very still for a moment before disappearing into the back of the shop and returning with a box that he held differently from the others. More carefully. Like it had been waiting for something specific. Holly, Ollivander said, 11 inches. Phoenix feather core. He paused. The phoenix who gave this feather gave only one other. The wand that took that feather, I know where it went. He looked at Harry with those mirror-pale eyes. Curious. Very curious. Harry took the wand. The hum that was always in the background now stepped forward, met the wand, and locked into something that felt structurally complete, like 2 load-bearing walls finding each other. Warm light bloomed from the tip and the shop's dusty air swirled upward in a small, spontaneous spiral. That'll do, Harry said. Ollivander was looking at him with an expression that was partly professional assessment and partly something more personal. You know, the old man said slowly, I have been wondering for some years whether this wand would find its owner before certain events made the question moot. He paused. I am glad it did not. So am I, Harry said, and paid for the wand, and left. He was at King's Cross at 9:30. Not because Ragnarok had told him to be early, or not only because of that, but because Harry had understood as soon as he'd read the operational timetable what the ICW was doing and why, and he wanted to see it clearly. He wanted to be present for it. He had earned, he felt, the right to witness what happened next. The platform was reached through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, which Harry walked through without hesitation and with, he noted, a certain satisfaction. It was his first time doing it, and he had known from the books that it was there, and there is a particular pleasure in doing a thing that was hidden from you for your whole life and finding that it is, in fact, entirely manageable. The platform beyond was everything the books couldn't quite convey, the Hogwarts Express in full steam at the platform edge, scarlet and enormous, with the name picked out in gold on the engine head, families clustered along its length in various states of organized chaos, owls in cages, cats winding between legs, trunks being wrestled onto trolleys, and the particular charged atmosphere of a place where something important is about to begin. Harry found a good position near the barrier and leaned against an iron pillar and watched. He looked for Dumbledore. He didn't find him immediately, because the platform was crowded and because Dumbledore, Harry had studied photographs in the historical sections of his inheritance books, had the particular quality of prominent figures who are so familiar that they become hard to distinguish from their own mythology. But then a ripple moved through the crowd near the far end of the platform, the particular ripple of people becoming aware of something without yet knowing what it is, the social wave that precedes a scene, and Harry tracked it back to its source and found Dumbledore standing near the engine, speaking with a family Harry didn't recognize, his purple robes vivid against the steam and the noise, looking entirely at ease in the way of someone who has occupied public spaces for so long that public spaces simply accommodate him. Harry watched him for a moment. He tried to locate, in himself, the feeling he'd expected, anger, or something heated and personal. He found something cooler than that. Something more like the clarity you get from high ground, seeing the landscape arranged below you without any of the fog that obscures it at ground level. He looked around the platform more carefully and found what he was looking for. There were 4 of them, stationed at intervals, 2 near the barrier, 1 by the engine, 1 midway along the train. They didn't look official. They were dressed in Muggle clothes, which was the first tell, because most wizarding people in Muggle clothes have the slightly off quality of someone in a costume, but these four were theirs with the easy anonymity of people who had been trained to be invisible in any environment. The second tell was the way they were positioned, not randomly, but with the geometry of people who know where everyone else is standing and have already mapped the exits. Harry had read about ICW enforcement in his house histories. They were better than Aurors, trained internationally, accountable only to the ICW charter rather than any national ministry. They were also, he knew from Ragnarok's documentation, operating today entirely outside the jurisdiction of the British Ministry of Magic, which had been formally notified of the operation and had formally objected, and had been formally overruled. The clock on the far wall of the platform read 10:42. Harry straightened away from his pillar. The ripple moved again, differently this time, not the social curiosity of a crowd noticing a celebrity, but the particular hush that falls when something is happening that people haven't processed yet. It started near the barrier and moved toward the engine, and in it, walking with the unhurried, deliberate pace of someone who has rehearsed this moment without ever rehearsing it, was a woman Harry hadn't seen before but recognized immediately from his reading. Amelia Bones was perhaps 50, with cropped iron-gray hair and square-framed glasses that gave her the look of someone who had decided some time ago that appearance was less interesting than function. She wore ICW robes, deep blue, the silver ICW seal prominent at the collar, and she was flanked by two more enforcement officers who were slightly less invisible than the ones already on the platform because they were not trying to be. Behind her came a man Harry knew from his political reading as Lorenzo Sacchetti, head of ICW Magical Law, carrying a document case that he held with the precise grip of someone who is aware that what's inside it is important and irreversible. The crowd parted for them with the instinct crowds have around authority that is moving with purpose. Amelia Bones walked the length of the platform without hurry and stopped in front of Albus Dumbledore. The family Dumbledore had been talking to backed away with the social grace of people who can feel a scene forming and want no part of it. Dumbledore looked at Amelia Bones, and his expression, Harry was watching very carefully, did not show surprise. Not quite. It showed something more complex than surprise, the expression of someone who has been expecting a specific conversation for some time and is now processing the fact that it is finally here. Amelia, he said, warm and measured. This is an unexpected pleasure. Albus, she said. Her voice carried without being loud. The platform had gotten notably quieter in their immediate vicinity, the natural human response to recognizing something official happening in public. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. I am serving you with formal notice under ICW Charter Articles 44 through 47, that you are hereby suspended from the offices of Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards and Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, effective immediately, pending appearance before an international tribunal convened for the following charges. She did not look at a paper. She had it memorized. Illegal magical binding of a minor, specifically, a compulsion ward cast on the person of Harry James Potter, cast initially in November 1981, renewed 3 times, most recently in August 1989. Systematic suppression of legitimate inheritance claims across 16 ancient and most noble houses. Fraudulent rerouting of estate funds from minor accounts without legal authority. Filing of false guardianship documentation with the British Ministry of Magic in contravention of established guardianship protocols of 7 noble houses. And, she paused, only briefly, just long enough to let the last one land properly, criminal abuse of a minor through deliberate magical suppression of innate power, imposed without consent, without legal authorization, and renewed over a period of 9 years. The platform was very quiet now. Steam drifted from the express. Someone's owl made a sound and was immediately hushed. Dumbledore stood with his hands clasped in front of him. He had not moved. He had not attempted to speak. Harry looked at his face, really looked, with the full attention of someone who was no longer carrying 30% of their own perception, and saw something he hadn't expected to see. Not guilt. Not defiance. Something older than both. The face of a man who had been so thoroughly convinced of his own rightness that being wrong had not yet become real to him. He was listening to the charges the way you listen to something that is happening at a slight remove, a fire in a neighbor's house rather than your own. I see, Dumbledore said, when Amelia finished. He looked around the platform, at the crowd that had accumulated at a respectful distance, at the reporters Harry spotted now among the crowd, two of them, quick quotes quills already active, and his expression shifted into something that was, Harry recognized with cold clarity, a performance. Amelia, I wonder if we might, there is no private option, Amelia said, without heat, without apology, as if she was explaining the weather. Article 44 does not permit procedural delay. I need your wand, Albus. A soft sound from the crowd. Not a gasp exactly, more a collective intake of recognition, the moment when an audience understands that the scene they are watching is not going to resolve the way they expected. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. His hands, clasped in front of him, tightened very slightly. Harry watched those hands. Then, with the slow, careful movements of a man choosing his dignity, Dumbledore reached into his robes and produced a wand. Not the Elder Wand, that was in the Peveril vault now, in its spelled glass case, back where it belonged. Whatever wand he currently carried, he placed it into Amelia's open hand without resistance. This is a mistake, he said, quietly, and it was the quiet of complete sincerity rather than threat. I understand that you cannot see it as one. But it is. That determination, Amelia said, pocketing the wand with the brisk efficiency of someone who has thought about this moment for 6 years and has allotted it exactly the gravity it deserves and not 1 ounce more, is the tribunal's to make. She stepped back and 2 enforcement officers moved forward, not roughly, but with the purposeful bracketing of people who are escorting rather than arresting, though the distinction was academic. Sacchetti opened his document case, extracted a sealed parchment, and affixed it to Dumbledore's robes with a tap of his own wand, a legal seal, Harry knew, that meant everyone who saw it would magically recognize the bearer as suspended from office. Dumbledore walked with them. He walked with them, and in the moment before he passed through the barrier, back through to the Muggle world and whatever transport the ICW had arranged, he stopped. He turned. He looked at the crowd, and Harry watched his eyes move across faces with the last professional instinct of a man who had been a public figure for 60 years, cataloguing the room one final time. His eyes found Harry. Harry was not hiding. He was standing against his pillar in the open platform, watching with the relaxed, attentive posture of someone watching something they came specifically to see. He was 11 years old, and he was wearing clothes that actually fit for the first time in his memory, and he had the Peveril cloak folded inside his school trunk and 16 houses behind his name and 70% of himself that had been given back to him 6 weeks ago, and he looked at Albus Dumbledore across the crowded platform and did not look away. Something moved across Dumbledore's face. Harry couldn't name it precisely. It was not anger. It was not betrayal. It was closest, he thought, to recognition, the expression of someone who has finally seen clearly what they should have been seeing all along, too late, on the far side of a barrier they can't uncross. Then the enforcement officers moved again, and Dumbledore moved with them, and he was gone. The platform exploded. Not literally, though given the density of magical people in one place, there was a brief shower of involuntary sparks from 3 different wands belonging to people who had been suppressing shock. The noise that broke out was enormous and chaotic and entirely human, voices talking over each other, children asking parents what had happened, parents who didn't know telling children versions of not knowing that varied wildly. The 2 reporters were moving through the crowd. One of them, Harry noticed, was heading directly toward the spot where Dumbledore had been standing, interviewing witnesses. The other was scanning the platform with the look of someone hunting the real story. That reporter's gaze found Harry. Slid past. Came back. Harry made a small, deliberate decision and pushed away from the pillar and walked in the opposite direction, toward the train. He was not ready to be a story in the Prophet yet. He had reading to finish and a school year to begin and 16 houses to understand properly before he started being anyone's headline. He found a compartment near the middle of the train and loaded his trunk and put his owl, a Gringotts administrative gift, a small tawny called scroll by the goblins and already named something more dignified in Harry's head, he was still working on it, into the overhead rack, and sat down by the window and watched the platform continue its spectacular unraveling. The door slid open about 4 minutes later. A girl appeared in the doorway. She was carrying an enormous book under one arm and a small ginger cat under the other, and she was looking at Harry with the particular expression of someone who has found what they were looking for but wasn't expecting to find it quite so quickly. Her hair was the impressive authority of its own variety, her eyes were large and very brown and currently very focused, and she said, without preamble, "Do you know what just happened out there?" "Yes," Harry said. She filed this away and said, "Can I sit here? Every other compartment is full of people talking about nothing else and I'd quite like to talk to someone who actually knows." "Sure," Harry said. She came in and stowed her cat and her enormous book and sat down across from him with the air of someone settling into a preferred workspace. "Hermione Granger," she said. "Harry Potter," Harry said. Hermione Granger looked at him for 1 second with the controlled blankness of someone who has recognized a name and is choosing not to immediately make it strange. Then she said, "You're why it happened." "Not a question." "Partly," Harry said. "Other people built most of it. I just provided the evidence." "What kind of evidence?" "Blood inheritance test at Gringotts," Harry said. 16 houses, 3 illegal magical bindings, 9 years of redirected estate funds. The ICW had most of the rest already. Investigator Bones has been building the case for years. Hermione absorbed this the way dry sand absorbs water, completely and quickly and with no visible excess. 16 houses, she said. That's extraordinary. The record in documented British wizarding history is 9. "I know," Harry said, slightly surprised. "You've read about it?" "I've read about inheritance law and British wizarding legal structures and their historical development," she said, as if this were a perfectly normal thing to have read. "I'm Muggle-born, so I've been trying to cover as much background as possible before school. There's a lot of ground." She paused. 3 illegal bindings on a minor. That's a serious charge. That's decades in a wizarding prison, isn't it?" "For some of the charges, yes," Harry said. "The ICW has its own detention system. Different from Azkaban. You know an awful lot about this for someone who's about to start their first year." "I had a useful summer," Harry said. She looked at him with the assessing expression of someone recalibrating. "The compulsion ward," she said. "In the news reports, it said a compulsion ward." "Was that?" She stopped herself. "That's personal." "Sorry." "It's fine," Harry said. "Yes. On me. Since I was 15 months old." She said nothing for a moment, and he recognized the silence as the considered kind, the kind that isn't empty but is choosing its words carefully. "I'm sorry," she said finally. "That's genuinely awful." "It was," Harry agreed. "It isn't now." She accepted this with a small nod and looked out the window at the platform, where the noise showed no signs of settling. "What happens to Hogwarts?" she asked. It was the right question, and Harry found himself regarding Hermione Granger with the particular appreciation of someone who has spent a summer surrounded by information and very few people to discuss it with. "That's what I'm most interested in," he said. "McGonagall takes over as acting head, she's the deputy and the most senior staff member, so she steps in automatically under Hogwarts charter. Whether she becomes permanent head is up to the school's board of governors, and the board of governors is currently compromised," Hermione said. "Lucius Malfoy is on the board." "How do you know that?" "Hogwarts, a history," she said, without apology. "Right," Harry said. "Lucius Malfoy is on the board. He's probably the most politically significant person watching what happened today, because he lost a lot of cover when Dumbledore fell. That's actually one of the things I'm most concerned about. Not Dumbledore. Dumbledore is in ICW custody and he'll go through a tribunal and whatever happens, happens. But the people who relied on Dumbledore's political position to protect their own positions, those people are now scrambling, and people who scramble make faster and less predictable decisions than people who are comfortable." Hermione was looking at him steadily. You're 11, she said. Everyone keeps being surprised by that, Harry said, which wasn't quite true since Ragnarok was the only person who'd engaged with him as though age were irrelevant, but he liked the shape of the sentence. Hermione smiled at this, a real one, quick and genuine. I'm 11 too, she said. Everyone's surprised when I know things. I find it's easier to just know them anyway. Much easier, Harry agreed. The train lurched into motion. Through the window, the platform slid backward and the crowd with its buzzing, unsettled energy began to diminish into the distance, and Harry watched it go with the sensation of something closing, not ending, but completing, the way a door closes at the end of a long entrance. He had spent the whole summer reading about what had been taken from him and the systems by which it had been taken, and he had learned everything he could learn from the outside of the situation, and now the inside of the situation was beginning. The compartment door opened again. A boy appeared, round-faced and slightly flushed, with a toad cradled in both hands with the careful anxiety of someone who has already lost it once today. He looked at the compartment's 2 occupants and said, "Sorry, have you seen a toad? He keeps getting away." "I'm Neville Longbottom." Harry looked up. "Neville Longbottom," he said. "Come in and sit down. Your toad's fine, I can feel it in the overhead rack, 3rd compartment down. A girl with plates put it in there by mistake when she was sorting out her luggage. I'll get it for you in a moment." He paused. "We need to talk, actually." Neville, whose expression had been traveling between relief and confusion, settled on cautious. "About my toad?" "About your house," Harry said. "House Longbottom has a collateral claim registered in my inheritance assessment. Which means we're connected legally. Which means there are things you probably need to know." Neville sat down very slowly, his toad worry entirely eclipsed. "What kind of things?" Harry looked at Hermione, who had already retrieved her book and opened it to a section on inheritance law, pencil ready. Then he looked at Neville, who was looking at him with the expression of someone who has been vaguely frightened his entire life and is in the process of being frightened by something new, which was at least a different flavor of it. "The assessment listed your house's collateral claim as secondary," Harry said. "It doesn't affect your primary inheritance, you're still the Longbottom heir, that's not in question. But there are historical reasons why the claim exists, and some of them connect to your family specifically." He paused. "Your grandmother knew about my inheritance. The assessment documentation suggests she was one of the 7 designated guardians who should have been notified when my parents died." Neville went very still. "Gran knew?" "The ledger indicates she received notification from Gringotts in November 1981 and chose not to act on it." Harry said it without judgment. He had made a deliberate decision about how to carry this particular fact, that it would go into the category of things that happen that I need to understand rather than things I need to be angry about right now. "I don't know why. I'm not assuming the worst. But I thought you deserved to know." The compartment was quiet for a moment except for the rhythm of the train on the tracks. "She does that," Neville said finally. His voice was carefully flat in the way that voices are flat when they're working very hard to stay level. "She decides what's best and then she just does it, and doesn't tell anyone because she thinks they won't understand or they'll get hurt by it." He looked at his hands. "She's done it to me my whole life." "It's a pattern," Hermione said, looking up from her book. "Of this whole situation, really. People deciding what's best for other people without their knowledge or consent, and justifying it with protection." She said it with the brisk precision of someone identifying a mechanism, not indicting a person, and then looked slightly self-conscious. "Sorry. That's a bigger observation than the moment needs." "No," Harry said. "That's exactly it." Neville looked between them. "What happens now?" "With all of it?" "Dumbledore's arrested, you have 16 houses, Gran lied to me, what's the actual next step?" "Hogwarts," Harry said. "Same as everyone else. School starts, we get sorted, we figure out what we're doing." He looked at Neville more directly. "And I'd suggest, when you write to your grandmother tonight, that you ask her directly what she knows and why she made the choices she made. Not because you need to be angry at her, but because you deserve an actual answer." Neville nodded slowly. Something in his face had changed from the round-cheeked anxious expression he'd come in with, not resolved, not fixed, but a little steadier. The difference between a person who has been surprised by something difficult and a person who has decided to look directly at it. "I'll write to her," he said. "Good," Harry said. "Now let me get your toad." 2 compartments down, Harry knocked on the door and found a group of girls who had indeed accidentally packed a small brown toad into their luggage organization, and extracted it with minimal disruption, and was on his way back when the corridor filled with 3 boys who arranged themselves with the practiced spatial confidence of people who are used to occupying space at the expense of others. The one in the center was blonde, impeccably turned out, with a pointed face that was currently wearing the expression of someone who has grown up being looked at and has long since decided this was his due. He looked at Harry with gray eyes that were doing a rapid and not particularly subtle assessment. "You're Potter," he said. "Harry Potter." "That's right," Harry said. "Draco Malfoy," said the blonde boy, and extended a hand. There was something in the extension that was not quite an offer and not quite a test but had elements of both, the formal gesture of someone who has been taught that alliances are made in handshakes, with all the assumptions about the social math of who was doing whom a favor baked into the angle of the wrist. Harry looked at the hand. He thought about Lucius Malfoy and the Board of Governors. He thought about the 6 years of political cover that had just evaporated from Draco Malfoy's family this morning on a train platform. He thought about the specific kind of intelligence a person in that position might have about the wizarding world, the kind that came from being raised inside it rather than educated about it, and about the specific kind of flexibility that a person with good instincts and a changing landscape might develop if properly motivated. He shook Draco's hand. "I know about your father," Harry said conversationally. "Board of Governors. He's going to be dealing with a complicated few months." Draco's hand, mid-release from the shake, stilled for just a fraction of a second. "Yes," he said, carefully. "There's been some disruption." "Disruption," Harry agreed. "That's a diplomatic word for it." He looked at Draco with the straightforward attention of someone who doesn't have time for the long game if the short game is available. "I'm not looking for enemies before school even starts. I'm also not going to pretend this morning didn't happen or that it doesn't change the political landscape significantly. If you're interested in talking about that landscape at some point, properly, not the performing version, find me." Draco stared at him. His 2 companions, Crabbe and Goyle, Harry filed away from his reading on school social structures, the Malfoy shadow entourage, looked slightly at C, which appeared to be their baseline. "Right," Draco said. He was recalibrating. Harry could see the process happening behind those gray eyes, a rapid reordering of expectations that was almost impressive in how quickly it executed. Yes. All right. Good, Harry said, and went back to his compartment with Neville's toad. The trolley came at noon, pushed by a witch who called it out with the comfortable authority of someone who has announced the same things in the same corridor for 20 years. Hermione refused everything on grounds of having brought her own lunch. Neville bought 2 cauldron cakes and ate them with the quiet dedication of a person processing a lot of information through his stomach. Harry bought a bit of everything. He had spent 10 years in a house where treats were for other people, and he had privately decided, making up for lost time. He tried Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, which lived up to the name, and found earwax, grass, chocolate, and something that might have been regret, though possibly it was black pepper. He tried a chocolate frog, which leapt for the window with more athleticism than he'd expected and had to be retrieved from Neville's shoulder. The card inside was Paracelsus. He looked at the old wizard's portrait and thought about the fact that somewhere in one of his inheritance books, Paracelsus was mentioned in connection with House Emery's and wondered, not for the first time, how deep that particular rabbit hole went. Hermione watched the chocolate frog episode with the expression of someone filing away magical confectionery has literal properties for future reference. "The sorting," she said, when the trolley had moved on. "Do you know what house you'll be in?" "No," Harry said, which was true in the sense that he hadn't tried to determine it. He had his preferences, but he had also read enough about all four houses to have developed genuine respect for elements of each, which was apparently not the conventional approach. Most people arrived at Hogwarts having already decided. "I've been hoping for Gryffindor," Hermione said. "Dumbledore was Gryffindor, which is," she paused, "slightly complicated now, I suppose. But the house's values aren't the same as one person's actions." "No," Harry agreed. "They're not. What about you?" Harry thought about the Sorting Hat, about which he'd read. 1,000-year-old piece of magic designed to see the deepest qualities of a person's character. He thought about what it would find in him, not the 11-year-old boy raised in a cupboard, not the heir of 16 houses, not the boy who lived, but the actual person those things had combined to make. "I'll go where it puts me," he said. "And I'll be fine with it." Neville looked up from his second cauldron cake. "What if it puts you in Slytherin?" "You have the Slytherin claim." "Then I'm in Slytherin," Harry said. "Heir of Slytherin, heir of Gryffindor, heir of Ravenclaw, heir of Hufflepuff. Seems to me the hat has a lot of options and I have no reason to argue with 1,000 years of magical insight." He looked at Neville. "What about you?" "Gryffindor," Neville said, "in the way that people say things they believe with a core of anxiety rather than certainty. Gran expects it. All the Longbottoms are Gryffindor." "That doesn't have to be the reason," Harry said. "I know," Neville said. Then, quietly, "I think I want to be. I think I'm braver than I look. I just haven't had much chance to show it." Harry looked at him for a moment, this round-faced boy with his toad and his grandmother's expectations and his quiet, careful fury about a secret kept for 10 years, and thought that bravery came in more shapes than the ones that were easy to recognize. "You'll show it," Harry said. "Probably sooner than you think." Scotland happened slowly outside the windows as afternoon became evening, the landscape rolling out of itself into something wilder and older, hills giving way to highlands, the sky taking on the particular quality it has at northern latitudes in early autumn, enormous and changeable and very clear. Harry sat with his face toward the glass for a while and let himself simply be on a train going somewhere, which was a thing he had never done before and was something close to the first holiday of his life. He thought about Dumbledore's face on the platform. The moment of recognition. He thought about what the old man had genuinely believed, that control was protection, that management was kindness, that the boy he'd suppressed and redirected and bound with compulsion magic for 9 years would someday understand, when the time was right, when the war was done, when the world was safe, why all of it had been necessary. He thought about how a person becomes certain enough of their own judgment to do those things and still think of themselves as good. He thought about the fact that he did not feel, sitting here on this train with the Highlands outside the window and a wand that fit him and 2 people he'd known for approximately 4 hours who already felt more like allies than anyone he'd encountered in 10 years, he did not feel the anger that he probably should have felt. He felt something more like readiness. The thing that comes after anger when you've had enough time and information to turn it into something useful. He was going to Hogwarts. He was going to learn what he needed to learn and claim what he needed to claim and build what he needed to build. Dumbledore would face his tribunal. Lucius Malfoy would recalculate his position. The 16 houses would one by one come into his formal keeping. The Founder's override sat in the Gringotts documentation like a loaded cannon that nobody had aimed yet. He was 11 years old and he had a very great deal to do. He found he was looking forward to it. Hagrid met them at Hogsmeade Station, enormous and loud and warm in the way that people are warm when warmth is their actual default mode rather than a performance. Furs years. Furs years over here. The boats across the lake happened in the dark and the cold, and Hogwarts appeared above them, lit from within, castle complicated against the night sky, towers at angles that shouldn't quite work architecturally and did so anyway through sheer magical confidence. Harry sat in the bow of a boat with Hermione across from him and Neville beside him and looked up at the castle getting larger against the stars. Hogwarts. His parents had been here. Their names were in the record somewhere, in a roll of students that dated back 1,000 years. He was connected to this building by 16 separate threads of blood and history, and it didn't know him yet, but it would. "It's real," Hermione said, looking up, and her voice had dropped the brisk precision and gone soft in the way voices go when something exceeds expectation. "It's real," Harry agreed. Neville was quiet beside him. "Then, Gran's going to get a very long letter tonight." Harry laughed, and the sound went up over the dark lake and toward the lit castle, and ahead of them the doors were opening, and McGonagall was waiting on the steps in emerald robes with the expression of someone who had navigated a historic and chaotic day and was now doing the next thing that needed doing, and behind her the great hall breathed and hummed with the noise of several hundred students all talking about the same unprecedented morning. Harry stepped out of the boat. Hogwarts began. Chapter 3, The Sorting of Things. McGonagall was the kind of woman who could silence a room without raising her voice. She did it by walking into it. The first years shuffled into the antechamber off the Great Hall, a stone room with portraits and torches and the particular cold that old buildings keep even in September, and McGonagall appeared from the far end and looked at them, and the murmuring stopped with the clean efficiency of a switched-off tap. She was tall and precise, with dark hair severely pinned and spectacles that managed to be both functional and faintly intimidating, and she held herself with the posture of someone who had stood in this room for 30 years and found it no less important than the first time. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said. "In a few moments you will enter the Great Hall and be sorted into your houses. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. Your house will be your family during your time here. I trust you to conduct yourselves accordingly." She paused, and something shifted in her expression, so briefly that several of the students missed it entirely. "I should also inform you that Headmaster Dumbledore is currently unavailable. I am acting Headmistress McGonagall. Any questions regarding the day's events can be addressed to me, but not tonight." Another pause. "Tonight, you are sorted. Everything else comes after." It was the voice of someone who had decided that the world would continue on schedule regardless of what it chose to do with itself, which Harry found quietly admirable. The doors opened, and the Great Hall swallowed them. Harry had read about it, but reading about something and walking into it were different operations. The ceiling was the first thing, not a ceiling at all but the night sky directly overhead, the same autumn stars they'd crossed the lake under, brought inside and made permanent, the clouds drifting through them at the slow, patient pace of things that don't know they're being watched. The 4 long house tables ran the length of the hall beneath it, packed with students who were all, with varying degrees of subtlety, craning to look at the incoming first years. The teacher's table at the far end was full except for the central chair, which sat conspicuously empty in the way that conspicuous absences always shout louder than presences. Harry walked without looking at the staring faces. He was looking at the room itself, at the magic of it, which was not invisible to him now the way it might have been 6 weeks ago. The enchanted ceiling was layered, old magic over older magic still, centuries of maintenance and renewal that had made it something like a living thing. The candles floated on currents of charm work so integrated into the structure of the castle that they were indistinguishable from the stone itself. The building was intelligent, in its way. Aware. He liked it immediately. A stool appeared in front of the teacher's table, with a battered hat on top of it that looked as though it had been through a great deal of history and had opinions about all of it. Then the brim opened, and it sang. Harry listened to the hat's song, a longer and more politically pointed verse than its usual effort, this year, which touched on unity and the dangers of loyalty becoming rigidity, which given the day's events felt either prescient or directly responsive to them, and Harry couldn't rule out the latter since the Sorting Hat was 1,000 years old and had presumably developed awareness of the news. Several students around him exchanged glances. The older students at the house tables were very still. When the hat finished, McGonagall called names from her list. Harry watched the sorting with full attention and no performance of casualness, which was his default mode for things he found genuinely interesting. The hat's decisions were mostly quick, a few seconds, a word in the student's ear, and then the shout of the house that sent the table into applause. Occasionally there were longer deliberations, the hat sitting quietly on someone's head for a minute or more, which Harry found more interesting than the quick ones. The long deliberations were the complex people. Hannah Abbott. Gryffindor. Susan Bones, he noted the last name, Amelia Bones' niece, he'd read about the family, Hufflepuff. A boy named Boot into Ravenclaw. Lavender Brown into Gryffindor. A girl called Millicent Bulstrode into Slytherin, who looked pleased in the way of someone whose family had been Slytherin for 7 generations and would have been faintly appalled by anything else. Draco Malfoy's name was called, and he walked to the stool with the ease of someone who has rehearsed this, and the hat touched his head and shouted Slytherin before he'd fully settled. The Slytherin table applauded with the enthusiasm of people welcoming expected company. Draco's face was composed and satisfied, but Harry caught his eyes scanning the room with a quick, professional attention that reminded him uncomfortably of his own habit. The boy was watching people. Reassessing. The landscape had changed this morning and Draco Malfoy was already mapping the new terrain. Harry noted this and filed it. Neville was called and walked to the stool with the careful step of someone managing anxiety through deliberate movement. The hat sat on his head for nearly 2 minutes. Harry watched. Neville's face went through a sequence of expressions that were too quick to fully read but which included something that looked like an argument and then something that looked like a decision. Then the hat said Gryffindor and the table erupted, and Neville's face did something complicated that resolved into genuine, unperformed relief. He caught Harry's eye as he walked to the table and Harry nodded once. Neville sat down and straightened his spine in the way of someone who has just agreed to something and means to follow through. Potter, Harry. The hall went completely quiet. Not the polite quiet of an audience watching a performance. The cellular quiet of a room full of people who have realized simultaneously that the person walking to the stool is the reason for everything that happened today and that this moment is, in its way, the second chapter of that story. Even the portrait stopped moving. Harry felt the attention on him like pressure, not unpleasant, just physical, the weight of a few hundred simultaneous focuses. He sat on the stool. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. Darkness, and then a voice. "Well," said the Sorting Hat, in the interior space of Harry's skull, and it sounded genuinely, amused wasn't quite it. Surprised wasn't quite it either. It sounded like someone who has read a great many books and has just encountered a page they did not see coming. This doesn't happen often. The 16 houses. Harry thought at it, since that seemed to be how the conversation worked. Not that, though that is remarkable. The hat's voice was ancient and layered, like sediment, each era pressed on top of the last. The fact that I can see you clearly. Most people I sort are partly hidden from themselves. You have had the hiding removed quite recently, which means I am looking at a person who is, very whole. It is unusual. And interesting. Where do I belong? Everywhere, the hat said, and Harry felt rather than heard something like genuine delight in it. Gryffindor wants you for your nerve and your directness and the quality you have of looking at frightening things without flinching. Slytherin wants you because ambition and cunning are not dirty words and you understand the value of a well-placed move. Ravenclaw sees someone who spent the last 6 weeks teaching himself more about wizarding law and politics than most adults know because knowledge was the thing that would help and you went and got it. And Hufflepuff, a pause, almost fond, Huffpuff sees someone who did not, in 6 weeks of discovering he'd been robbed and bound and lied to, decide that the solution was to burn everything down. Someone who is looking for justice rather than revenge. That is loyalty to something larger than yourself, and that is Hufflepuff's oldest value. Harry sat with this for a moment. I do have the founder's blood of all 4. You do, the hat agreed. But blood doesn't sort. Character does. And your character is, another pause, longer, and Harry had the sense of the hat doing something it rarely did, which was treating the decision with genuine ceremony. Your character is the reason Godric Gryffindor wanted this hat to exist in the first place. To find the kind of person that fear cannot redirect. Then put me where I'll be most useful, Harry said. Not where I'll be most comfortable. Those aren't the same thing. The hat was quiet for one more moment. Then, loud enough to fill the great hall, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table detonated. Harry took the hat off, passed it back to McGonagall, who was looking at him with an expression that wasn't quite readable but had something in it that might have been recognition, and walked to the red and gold table to sit beside Neville, who was grinning with the unguarded pleasure of someone who has gotten good news twice in 10 minutes. Across the hall, at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was watching Harry sit down with the thoughtful expression of someone updating a calculation. Hermione went to Gryffindor, which surprised no one who had spent the train journey with her and a great many people who had not. The hat was on her head for approximately 45 seconds, which was long enough to be interesting and short enough to be decisive, and she walked to the Gryffindor table with the slightly self-conscious brightness of someone who has wanted something very much and has just received it and isn't quite sure yet what to do with the wanting now that it's been satisfied. She sat on Harry's other side, arranged her robes, and said quietly, "I got into an argument with it." "With the hat?" Harry said. "It wanted to put me in Ravenclaw. I explained that Gryffindor was preferable given current circumstances and it pointed out that I was demonstrating my Gryffindor qualities by arguing with it, so." She set her hands neatly on the table. "Gryffindor." "Logical," Neville said. "Extremely," Hermione agreed. The feast materialized on the tables with the quiet drama of very good magic, dishes appearing suddenly full, the smell hitting the room a half-second after the sight, and the sound of a hall full of people who'd been traveling all day and were hungry reacting to an enormous amount of excellent food. Harry looked at the spread and felt something he'd felt in Diagon Alley, the mild and private vertigo of abundance that he had not yet fully recalibrated to, and then he filled his plate and ate with the uncomplicated dedication of someone who had cooked other people's meals for 10 years and was now eating one that had been made for him. Around them, the Gryffindor table was alive. The older students were trying to debrief the first years about the day's events, which was producing a chaotic exchange of half information and strong opinion. Harry listened and contributed nothing, which was its own kind of contribution because the older students kept looking at him with the visible desire to ask him directly, which he could feel without engaging with. Percy Weasley, a prefect, 5th year, who had introduced himself with the particular verbal weight of someone who found his own badge very meaningful, had tried twice to open a conversation with Harry and both times Harry had answered pleasantly and briefly and turned back to his food, which seemed to frustrate Percy in ways Percy was too well-mannered to express overtly. The twins, though, were different. They appeared at Harry's elbow with the synchronized precision of people who had practiced arrivals. Both red-haired, broad-shouldered, with the same face arranged in slightly different default expressions, one more inclined to grin, one more inclined to smirk, the distinction mattering less than it seemed to because both expressions were doing the same fundamental work. "Harry Potter," said the grinning one. "The Harry Potter," said the smirking one. "We're the Weasley twins," said the first. "Fred and George," said the second. "Or George and Fred." "The order is flexible," said Fred. "We just wanted to say," said George, "that whatever you did, or were responsible for, or adjacent to, we think it was the best thing to happen to this school in 30 years. Harry looked at them. "Do you have an actual opinion on whether Dumbledore should face a tribunal, or are you just excited about the chaos?" They blinked at him, simultaneously. "Both," said Fred, after a moment. "We're capable of both." "He expelled our cousin," George said, and for just a moment the performance dropped and something more direct was underneath it. "Few years ago. Magical incident in his 3rd year. Dumbledore called it dangerous and expelled him personally. It wasn't dangerous. He was scared and his magic reacted. Dumbledore decided he was a liability. And the Ministry backed it," Fred said. "Because the Ministry backed everything Dumbledore decided." Harry looked at them steadily. "What's your cousin's name?" "Amos. Amos Fletcher." George glanced down the table. "He's not magical anymore. The expulsion, when they snapped his wand and revoked his access, something happened. He lost it. The Ministry said it was natural regression." A pause. "It wasn't natural. That goes in the ICW case," Harry said. "It's a pattern of behavior. The more documented instances there are, the stronger the tribunal case. Do you have the expulsion records?" The twins exchanged a look that was different from the performance ones. Quicker, less theatrical. Gran kept everything, Fred said. Write to your grandmother, Harry said. Ask her to contact ICW investigator Bones directly. Bones has an open case file. New evidence still matters. They looked at him for another moment. Then George said, quietly, You're not actually 11, are you? I'm very much 11, Harry said. I've just had an informative summer. They left. Neville, who had been listening while methodically working through a plate of roast chicken, said, Is that how it's going to be? People coming to you all year with things for the case? Probably, Harry said. I should find a better system for it. You could get a secretary, Hermione said, without looking up from the book she'd managed to extract from somewhere and prop against a water jug. Hermione, Neville said, We're at the feast. I'm listening, she said. I just learn better when I'm also reading. It's a calibration thing. Harry smiled, ate the rest of his roast beef, and listened to the hall around him with half his attention, the currents of conversation, the older students' reconstruction of the morning's events, the particular frequency of anxiety that ran through the teacher's table where no one was doing a convincing impression of everything being normal. Flitwick was very small and eating with deliberate focus. Sprout was talking to Sinistra in a low voice. Snape sat at the end of the table with the contained stillness of a person who had known something like this was coming and was now sitting with the reality of it arriving. Harry looked at Snape for a moment. Snape, who had been in the documentation, not as a perpetrator, but as a name that appeared adjacent to several events, a person whose history was tangled with Dumbledore's decisions in ways that the ledger record suggested but didn't explain. Harry had questions about Snape that wouldn't be answerable from books. Snape looked up and met his gaze with the flat directness of someone who doesn't flinch from being observed. Harry looked away first, not from discomfort but from courtesy. There would be time. The common room was reached through a portrait of a fat lady who required a password, Caput Draconis, delivered by Percy Weasley with tremendous authority, and was everything a common room should be if a common room were built by someone who understood that comfort and dignity are not opposites. Red and gold, deep armchairs, a fireplace already burning, and the warmth of a room that had accumulated the warmth of thousands of evenings in its stones and released it slowly back to whoever was inside. Harry claimed a chair near the fire and was not alone in it for very long. The older Gryffindors arrived in waves, some going directly to their dormitories, some settling to continue the debates that had been running all day. Harry let them have their debates. He was thinking about the Founders' Override and what invoking it would actually require in practice, which was a problem he'd been turning over since reading about it in August and which had 3 distinct subproblems nested inside it. He had a scroll of his own parchment out, and he was making notes. What are you writing? He looked up. A girl his age had pulled up a footstool with the uninvited confidence of someone who finds uninvited confidence more efficient than waiting for permission. She had sharp dark eyes and the kind of watchful expression that suggested she spent more time listening than speaking, which usually meant when she did speak it was worth paying attention to. She was looking at his scroll. Legal notes, Harry said. About the Founders' Override, she said, reading upside down without apparent embarrassment. Because that's what that section heading says. Harry looked at his scroll. It did indeed say Founders' Override, practical application in his own handwriting. Yes, he said. Daphne Greengrass, she said. Slytherin. He looked at her. You came to Gryffindor Tower. The portrait lets people in if they have business, she said. Academic business. There's a charter provision. She said it with the ease of someone who had looked up the provision before deciding to use it. I wanted to talk to you before the school gets organized into positions about everything and it becomes harder to have a sensible conversation. Harry put down his quill. All right. She looked at him with the direct assessment she'd apparently decided was more efficient than preamble. My family is ancient and noble. Not ancient and most noble, but old enough to have Wisengamot connections and enough political knowledge to be useful. My father read about the assessment results this afternoon, the public record went out through Gringotts mandatory disclosure at 2 o'clock. He owed me before the train arrived. A pause. He wants to know what your intentions are with the houses. Which one specifically? All of them, she said. But particularly Slytherin. There are 3 families in the Wisingamot who have been operating under an assumption of Slytherin house seat vacancy. Slytherin's seat has been considered dormant for 40 years. If you claim it, and you have the legal right to claim it, those 3 families lose negotiating position they've been building for decades. Harry looked at her steadily. And your family? My family is not one of the 3, Daphne said. We have nothing to lose and potentially something to gain if the balance of the Wisingamot shifts. My father's precise words were, she paused slightly, producing the quote with the accuracy of someone who memorized what mattered, if Potter is even half as competent as the blood records suggest, we should be building a relationship before everyone else thinks of it. Your father sounds practical, Harry said. Rigorously, she said. It's the family trait. Harry was quiet for a moment. The firelight moved across the parchment. From the far side of the common room there was a burst of laughter. Fred and George, he identified by frequency, doing something involving a dung bomb that Percy was intercepting, and the normal warm noise of the room went on around this small particular conversation. The Slytherin seat will be claimed, Harry said. All 8 Wisingamot seats will be claimed. That's not optional, leaving seats empty is actually worse for political stability than filling them, and I have no interest in a vacuum where there could be a structure. But how those seats are voted is a different question from whether they're claimed. He met her eyes. Your father is right that this is a good time to establish a relationship. Tell him that. And tell him I'm interested in stability and in fair dealing, which means the people who have been operating in the space left by dormant houses, if they've been operating legitimately, have nothing to fear from me. It's the people operating illegitimately in that space who should be concerned. Daphne considered this for what felt like a real amount of time rather than a performance of consideration. I'll pass that on, she said. She stood up, smoothed her robes with the practiced efficiency of someone who has been taught that presentation is communication. One more thing. Yes. Draco Malfoy is going to approach you, she said. Formally. Probably tomorrow. He's been re-evaluating since the train. His father's position is compromised enough that Draco is looking for, not an alliance exactly. More like a hedge. He's cleverer than people give him credit for, but he was raised to think a certain way and thinking differently is work. She paused. I'm telling you because I think you already knew, but it's useful to know that it's common knowledge in Slytherin. Why are you telling me things that help me? Harry asked, genuinely curious. Because the most useful person to have information ahead of is the person who matters, she said, simply. Good night, Potter. She left through the portrait hole with the smooth exit of someone who had come in knowing exactly when they intended to leave. Hermione appeared at Harry's elbow, holding a book and her own cup of hot chocolate, and looked at the portrait hole swinging shut. Was that a Slytherin? Daphne Greengrass, Harry said. Smart. Send an owl to your parents tonight. You'll want to tell them what's happened before they read it in the morning papers. I already did, Hermione said, sitting down. On the train. I used school paper and borrowed your owl. I hope that's all right. Harry looked at her. You used my owl before you asked. I assumed you'd say yes and the timing mattered, she said, with the serenity of someone who finds their own logic entirely self-evident. You're right, Harry said. It's fine. I know, she said, and opened her book. The dormitory was small and warm and smelled of wood polish and something vaguely herbal from the plants Neville had arranged on his bedside table with the careful hands of someone who trusts plants more than most people. There were 5 of them, Harry, Neville, Ron Weasley, who was one of the red-haired, freckled variety, had arrived at the feast slightly breathless and smelling of dung bombs, and had introduced himself with the uncomplicated openness of someone who had not yet decided whether to be intimidated by Harry and had defaulted to just being friendly, a boy called Dean Thomas who was quiet and observant, And Seamus Finnegan, who was very loud about being Irish and had immediately done something to a candle that made it explode, which he'd seemed more proud than concerned about. They were all in various stages of unpacking when Ron said, from where he was struggling with a trunk that didn't want to cooperate with its own latch, "So are you actually, was it actually you? With Dumbledore?" "Partly," Harry said, which was the same answer he'd given Hermione and was no less true for being repeated. "My mum's going to write," Ron said, abandoning the trunk and sitting on his bed. "She loved Dumbledore. She'll be," he made a face that did the work of the rest of the sentence. "She'll have opinions." "What about you?" Harry asked. Ron was quiet for a moment, which was the first time Harry had seen him be quiet, and it made him look older than he had at the feast. "He expelled my Uncle Bilious," he said. Different reasons to Fred and George's cousin, but, a shrug that was carefully underplayed. "Dad always said there were things about Dumbledore you didn't talk about in the wrong company. I used to think that just meant politics. Now I think it meant something more specific." Harry looked at Ron, this open-faced boy with 7 siblings and hand-me-down robes and a family that had apparently been carrying the weight of certain unspeakable things alongside the rest of Wizarding Britain for a long time. "Your father," Harry said, "works at the Ministry." "Misuse of Muggle artifacts," Ron said. "He loves it. Mum thinks it's embarrassing but she loves him so she doesn't say much." He paused. "He'll want to know what's happening with the Ministry. Whether it's going to change." "It will change," Harry said. "The question is how fast and in what direction. That depends on a lot of moving parts." He pulled his own trunk open and began finding his things with the systematic approach of someone who had packed the trunk himself and knew exactly where everything was. "Tell your father that anyone at the Ministry who has been sitting on information about Dumbledore's activities should be talking to ICW investigator Bones before the tribunal begins, not after. Evidence submitted before the hearing carries more weight than evidence volunteered in response to it." Ron stared at him. "Fred said you weren't actually 11. "Fred is wrong," Harry said. "I'm very much 11. I've just done a lot of reading." "Right," Ron said, with the expression of someone accepting an explanation that explains nothing and yet is somehow satisfying. He went back to his trunk. "Want some help with yours?" "I'm good," Harry said. "But thanks." It was such a small thing, the offer, the genuine casualness of it, that Harry held it carefully for a moment before putting it somewhere internal where he kept the things that mattered. Someone asking if he wanted help, with the expectation that the answer was simply yes or no rather than a judgment of his worth or a test of some kind. He hadn't had much of that. He thought he'd like more of it. He was awake before the others. This was habitual, the cupboard had trained him to early mornings the way water trains stone, gradually and completely, and he dressed quietly and took his wand and his inheritance scroll and went down to the common room while the castle was still in that particular early morning state of holding its breath, the corridors full of grey light and the distant sound of staff beginning the day. The common room fire had been reduced to embers and he rekindled it with a thought and sat in the chair that felt like it had already decided it was his and unrolled his scroll. The door opened at 6:30. Not a Gryffindor. He could tell before he looked up because the footsteps were deliberate in the way of someone making sure they were heard rather than surprising anyone. Draco Malfoy came through the portrait hole in Slytherin robes that were still impeccable at 6 in the morning, which suggested either magic or a very strict standard, and stood in the entrance and looked at Harry with the particular expression of someone who has rehearsed this and is now choosing whether to use the rehearsed version or something more honest. "I looked up the charter provision," Draco said. "The one about academic business." "Good morning," Harry said. Draco sat down in the chair across the fire without being invited, which was either rude or efficient depending on how you looked at it, and Harry decided efficient. "I need to say something and I'd rather say it before anyone else is around." "Go ahead." Draco looked at the fire for a moment. His face in the firelight was younger than it tried to be in public, the practiced Malfoy composure still there but less armored than it was on the train. "My father is in a bad position," he said. The Board of Governors is going to be investigated as part of the Dumbledore case because several board decisions over the past decade don't hold up to scrutiny. My father made several of those decisions. He paused. He's not going to ask for help. He'd never ask. But he's recalibrating. And I'm recalibrating too because I spent 11 years being told a specific version of how things work and that version has certain structural problems. Harry listened. I was raised to believe that the old families, the pure-blood families with long histories, were the natural order of things. That maintaining the hierarchy was the same as maintaining stability. Draco's voice was careful and precise and working very hard at something. And I know I can see the problems with that now. Or I'm starting to. It's not comfortable. He looked at Harry directly. But I can also see that you're in a position to either dismantle the entire system or reshape it, and I'd rather be someone who helped you understand the parts of it that need preserving than someone you have to go through rather than around. Harry looked at him for a long moment. What parts do you think need preserving? Draco blinked, slightly, he'd expected something more immediately combative. The family structures, he said, after a moment. The house alliances. The way the old families have maintained magical traditions that the ministry would have let die if left to itself. There's genuine knowledge in those traditions. Not everything that came with the blood purity nonsense was wrong, even if the blood purity part was. He paused. My father's library has records of magical practices that are 300 years old and aren't written down anywhere else. That matters. The knowledge matters even if the people holding it made bad choices. Yes, Harry said. Draco looked slightly startled. Yes, what? Yes, that matters, Harry said. The preservation of magical knowledge is actually one of the clearest imperatives in the House Founders' documents. All four of them agreed on that. It's one of the few things they all agreed on. He paused. I'm not interested in burning down the old families, Draco. I'm interested in accountability and in restructuring things that are structurally corrupt. Those aren't the same thing. Draco sat with this. The fire crackled. Outside the common room windows, the castle grounds were beginning to take on the pale quality of early light, the grounds emerging from darkness incrementally. My father has information, Draco said. About several ministry officials. About decisions made in the last 15 years that benefited certain parties at the expense of others. He's been sitting on it because it was leverage. He met Harry's eyes. I think he'd be willing to share it. Not because he's become ethical overnight, but because the calculus has changed. The leverage is worth less than it used to be and the goodwill of the right people is worth more. The right people being me, Harry said. The right people being the heir of 16 houses who is apparently going to have 8 Wisengamot votes by the end of the school year, Draco said, with a directness that was, Harry thought, probably the most genuinely himself the boy had been in front of anyone in a while. Yes. You. Your father's information goes to ICW investigator Bones, Harry said. That's the only path where it actually does something useful. If he submits it to the tribunal process, his cooperation will be noted, not just by me but by the ICW, which is now the relevant authority. The ministry's political cover doesn't exist the way it did yesterday. He leaned forward slightly. Tell your father that the smart play is to be the person who helped expose the corruption, not the person who sat on evidence until someone found it anyway. Draco was quiet for a full minute. Harry let the minute happen. He's going to hate that it's you telling him this, Draco said finally. Probably, Harry agreed, without any particular heat. He'll do it anyway, Draco said. He's not an idiot. I know, Harry said. Otherwise this conversation would be less useful. Something shifted in Draco's face. Not quite a smile and not quite relief, something between the two, the expression of someone who has arrived at a conclusion that is uncomfortable and correct and is accepting both qualities simultaneously. He stood up, straightened his robes out of pure habit. Greengrass was right, he said. She said you were easier to talk to than you looked. She said that? She said you were easier to talk to than the heir of 16 houses has any right to be. He paused at the portrait hole. I'll send my father an owl today. Good, Harry said. Draco left. Harry looked back at his scroll and added 3 new subpoints under the Founder's Override section that the conversation had opened up, because good information was good information regardless of the source, and because Draco Malfoy's inside knowledge of wizarding old family traditions and their preserved magical knowledge was the kind of resource that it would be frankly wasteful to ignore. Breakfast happened at 7:30, which was when the hall filled with the specific kind of noise that belongs to morning, less performed than evening, more genuine, people not yet warmed up to the version of themselves they wore through the day. The post arrived with breakfast, which at Hogwarts was an event in itself, dozens of owls descending through the enchanted ceiling, landing along the tables, depositing letters and packages, and in one case a large and extremely disapproving barn owl that fixed a fourth-year Hufflepuff with a stare of such concentrated parental disappointment that the surrounding students all looked away out of instinctive sympathy. Harry had 3 letters. The first was from Ragnarok, which he'd expected, brief, formal, confirming that the public release of the assessment results had gone through exactly as planned and that 3 additional houses had begun making contact through their family solicitors to discuss the collateral claims the assessment had registered. Ragnarok recommended a meeting in the October half-term. Harry wrote agreed, confirmed on the bottom and gave it back to Ragnarok's owl, a grey, business-like bird that accepted the response with the professional satisfaction of a completed transaction. The second letter was from Amelia Bones. He hadn't expected that one. The parchment was ministry standard, with the ICW seal at the top that indicated it had been sent through official rather than personal channels, and the writing was the brisk, functional hand of someone who considered penmanship a communication tool rather than an art form. Mr. Potter, the assessment documentation has been formally entered into the tribunal case file. Formal charges were lodged this morning. You will be called to provide witness testimony at a date to be confirmed, likely November or December. I want to flag 2 things. First, additional documentation from parties who are now coming forward, prompted, I understand, by your conversations at King's Cross and subsequently, is already strengthening the case significantly. Second, there will be pressure on you from several directions, including the British Ministry, to withdraw your witness participation or to limit the scope of your testimony. I am not in a position to advise you politically, but I can tell you that the charter under which this tribunal operates makes witness tampering a separate criminal offense. Anyone who attempts to influence your testimony should be reported to this office immediately. Bones, A, ICW Liaison, DMLE. Harry folded it and put it in his inner robe pocket. The third letter was from Petunia. This one he looked at for a moment before opening. The envelope was plain, the handwriting smaller than usual, the tight controlled script of someone who writes carefully when they are not certain of what they're doing. Harry. I have been thinking about what you said in the car. About what Dumbledore told me, and what I agreed to, and what I should have done differently. I don't expect you to understand my position. I'm not sure I understand it myself anymore. I want you to know that I kept a letter. Your mother left a letter when you were born. I was supposed to give it to you when you were old enough. I was told, by Dumbledore, who was very clear about this, that you were not to have it. I kept it anyway because it was Lily's and I may have failed your mother in many ways but I could not throw away her words. The letter is in the loose floorboard under the window in what was your room. If you want it, I will send it. If you don't, I'll understand. PD. Harry read it twice. Then he set it down, picked up his pumpkin juice, and drank half of it while looking at the enchanted ceiling, at the morning clouds moving through their impossible indoor sky. Neville, who had the particular sensitivity of someone used to navigating complicated family feelings, glanced at Harry's face and then at the letter and then away, and said nothing. Hermione, who was reading the Daily Prophet's front page with the expression of someone doing a forensic analysis, said, they spelled unprecedented wrong in the headline. And the article attributes the assessment results to anonymous sources rather than Gringotts public filing, which is factually incorrect and probably editorially motivated. Print the correction, Ron suggested, from around a mouthful of toast. I'm not the editor of the Prophet. You'd be a better one than whoever's currently doing it, Ron said. Hermione considered this with the seriousness it probably didn't deserve and said, possibly, and went back to her analysis. Harry put Petunia's letter in his pocket beside Amelia Bones. He would write back tonight. Yes, he wanted the letter. He had wanted his mother's words, he thought, for as long as he had understood that there were words she would have said to him, and that wanting was not the complicated kind. It was simply that, wanting. Clean and clear, under everything else, older than any of the politics. Defense against the dark arts first, Hermione said, consulting the timetable. Then transfiguration. Who's teaching defense? Harry asked. The staff table's incumbent had not been introduced at the feast, or Harry had missed it in the noise. It wasn't mentioned. Quirrell, Neville said. Professor Quirrell. He's apparently been teaching it for a few years. Nice enough, but, he made a face that communicated not entirely convincing without requiring elaboration. Harry looked at the staff table. A slight, turbaned figure at the far end, eating with the careful focus of someone who would rather not be looked at. He let his attention rest there for just a moment, and felt something, the same way you feel when a room is wrong before you can identify why. Not Quirrell specifically. Something around Quirrell, in the space between him and the ordinary air of the hall. He filed it. There was always more to look at. The art was knowing what to prioritize. Defense, he said, pulling his timetable toward him. Right. Let's go learn something. The corridors of Hogwarts were an education in themselves. Not the moving staircases, though those were interesting in the way of very old magic that had been maintained so long it had developed personality. Not the portraits, though those would be worth returning to. He'd caught enough of their conversations in passing to know that Hogwarts Portrait Gallery was the best unsupervised archive of institutional memory in Britain. What interested Harry most, walking through the castle on the first full morning, was the feeling of the place, the distributed intelligence of it, the way the building noticed things, the way the magic in its stones was responsive to the people moving through it in ways he could feel more clearly every day as his own core settled further into its equilibrium. Hogwarts had been built by 4 people of extraordinary ability. It had been maintained and added to and lived in for 1,000 years. It was the most complex sustained piece of magic in Britain, and it had, in some way that the books hadn't quite articulated, always known who its heirs were. He pressed his hand flat to a wall, briefly, as they turned a corner. The stone was warm in a way that stone shouldn't be, and the warmth moved slightly under his palm, not like a heartbeat, not mechanical, but organic, aware. What are you doing? Hermione asked. Saying hello, Harry said. She looked at the wall. Then at his face. Then she pressed her own hand to the stone, very seriously, and was quiet for a moment. I can't feel anything. Give it time, Harry said. She kept her hand there for another moment, then took it away and made a small note in the margin of her schedule with a pencil she kept behind her ear. Harry smiled and didn't mention it, and they went to defense against the dark arts. Quirrell flinched when Harry came in. It was small, fast, visible only because Harry was looking for it. The professor was standing at the front of the classroom, already chalk-pale and slightly damp at the temples, and when Harry crossed the threshold, something crossed Quirrell's face, not recognition exactly but the expression of proximity to something that affects you before you can name it, like the feeling before a storm. Harry sat in the second row and took out his parchment and watched Quirrell begin to explain the theory of defensive magic with the over-prepared energy of someone who has rehearsed a performance and is hoping the performance covers the thing they'd rather not show, and he thought about what he'd felt in the Great Hall, and he thought about the space around Quirrell rather than Quirrell himself, and he added it to the growing list of things that required more information before they required action. He was patient. He had learned patience from 10 years in a cupboard, and he had learned in 6 weeks of reading that patience used well was not passivity. It was preparation. He wrote his notes neatly, asked 3 questions that made Quirrell visibly sweat for different reasons than the ones Harry suspected he'd anticipated, and at the end of class rolled his parchment and thought that this year was going to be very interesting indeed. Chapter 4, What the Vaults Remember. The letter from his mother arrived on a Thursday. Petunia had sent it wrapped in brown paper and tied with string, the way she packaged everything, functional, emotionally neutral, communicating nothing about the contents except that someone had thought it mattered enough to wrap carefully. Harry's tawny owl, he'd settled on the name Atlas, which Hermione had approved and Ron had found slightly pretentious and Neville had said suited him, dropped it onto his breakfast plate with the efficient precision he'd come to expect from the bird. Harry looked at the package for a moment. The hall was loud around him, the usual Thursday morning chaos of people discovering they'd forgotten homework and arguing about Quidditch tryouts and doing last-minute reading for classes. He picked up the package and put it in his bag without opening it. Hermione noticed and said nothing. He opened it after dinner, sitting on his bed with the curtains drawn, not for secrecy, just for the particular privacy of a closed space, the thing that happens when you've spent years in a cupboard and learned that small enclosed spaces can be protective rather than punishing if you decide to see them that way. He untied the string. The brown paper fell away. Inside was an envelope, cream-colored, his name written on the front in handwriting that was sloped and quick and full of personality, someone who wrote like they thought, fast and with conviction. Harry, it said on the front, in his mother's hand. He opened it. The letter was 3 pages. He read it once through without stopping, the way you read something when you're worried that stopping will make it impossible to continue. Then he sat for a while. Then he read it again, slowly. Lily Potter had written the letter when Harry was 3 months old, before she and James had gone into hiding, before Godric's Hollow, before the night that the whole of Harry's life had organized itself around like a river organizes itself around the rock that changes its course. She had written it the way people write when they're not certain they'll have another chance, not desperately, but with the particular clarity of someone who has made peace with a difficult truth and is trying to transmit that peace to someone who doesn't exist yet in quite the right way to receive it. She told him about his grandfather, Fleamont Potter, and the list of house claims that Fleamont had quietly compiled and never acted on, too cautious, too comfortable, too convinced that the right moment would arrive if he was patient enough. She told him about the Peveril line, which she discovered when she was 17 and pregnant and doing the kind of deep genealogical research that fear makes very thorough. She told him that she had been to Gringotts twice and had been told twice that the Potter accounts showed discrepancies she couldn't resolve, that money was moving in directions it shouldn't, that someone with legal access she couldn't identify was making decisions she hadn't authorized. She told him she had suspected Dumbledore. That she'd argued with James about it, that James had refused to believe it, that the argument had been their worst and had never quite fully resolved before the war made all their arguments seem small. She told him that she'd considered going to the ICW and hadn't because the timing was wrong, because Voldemort was too close, because Dumbledore's network was still the best protection they had regardless of what he might have done with the money, because some calculations are terrible and still have to be made. She told him she loved him in the way that parents tell children things they should never need to tell them, as though the telling could make it permanent, as though the words on the page could be there in the moments she wouldn't be. And at the very end, in slightly different ink, written clearly in a different moment, she had added, "If you're reading this, then Dumbledore didn't want you to have it. Which means he's still managing things. Harry, stop letting him. You don't need to understand exactly how to fight back. You just need to decide that you will. The rest follows." Harry folded the letter. He pressed it flat between his palms for a moment, feeling the paper's particular weight, 3 pages, a woman's whole hand, everything she'd known about to warn him about. He put it in the chest he kept under his bed, in the compartment with the cloak. Then he opened his curtains, picked up his homework, and went down to the common room. Hermione looked up from her own work. "All right," she said, which was the question she developed for moments when she could see that the answer was complicated and was asking anyway because not asking felt worse. "Getting there," Harry said, which was true. October arrived with the particular aggression of Scottish autumn, wind that had decided to be personal about it, rain that came sideways, the grounds going gold and amber in the brief intervals between storms. Quidditch tryouts happened, producing a Gryffindor team that included an unexpectedly skilled Ron Weasley as keeper, which Ron received with the maximum amount of casual performance concealing the maximum amount of genuine delight. Harry had tried out and been immediately offered the seeker position by Oliver Wood, who'd watched him catch a practice snitch one-handed while holding a conversation with Neville on the ground, and had looked slightly stunned, as though Gryffindor had been owed a debt that was only now being paid. Harry played Quidditch because it was the first physical thing he'd done that was entirely his, not survival, not management, not the careful calibrated effort of staying useful to people who didn't much like him. He played it like the thing it was, fast and three-dimensional and requiring the complete occupation of every sense simultaneously. On a broomstick at 200 feet, there was nothing to manage and no one to navigate and no 16 houses asking questions. There was only air and speed and the small gold flash of the snitch somewhere in the enormous volume of the stadium. He loved it, which was new enough as a sensation that he paid attention to it. The inheritance work continued in parallel. He'd had 3 letters from Ragnarok, each one more detailed than the last, tracking the formal claim proceedings through their legal stages. House Gryffindor and House Peveril were fully confirmed. House Slytherin was in a more complex stage. 3 families' solicitors had indeed filed contestations, as Daphne had predicted, which Ragnarok described as legally groundless but procedurally obligatory to respond to, which would delay final confirmation but not prevent it. The Peveril vault had given him the cloak and the Elder Wand and the question of the Resurrection Stone, which was addressed in the vault's own documentation. The stone had been set into a ring generations ago, the ring had passed through the Gaunt family line, the Gaunt line's assets had been seized by the Ministry upon the family's extinction, wrongly, as the Gaunt estate was properly a subsidiary of the Slytherin inheritance and therefore legally Harry's. A formal asset recovery claim was in progress through Gringotts. Harry had read the documentation about the Deathly Hallows 3 times, then put it aside and thought about it carefully, then put it even further aside because the Hallows were a conversation for a different kind of day, when he had more context and fewer urgent things demanding his immediate attention. The Founder's Override was the thing he kept returning to. The provision was extraordinary in its scope, a mechanism written into the ICW's original charter that allowed the holder of the Emery's claim to call a mandatory review of any wizarding legislation passed within the previous 200 years. It required 3 conditions: the Emery's claim formally activated, a written petition submitted to the ICW Heritage Council, and the endorsement of at least 2 other Heritage Council seat holders. Harry had the Emery's claim. He had Gryffindor and Peveril, both of which held Heritage Council seats. He was, on paper, already in a position to invoke it. He discussed this with Hermione on the Thursday after the letter arrived, which was the first evening he'd been ready to think about something operationally complex again. They'd been in the library, which was where they went when they needed to think out loud without managing an audience. The override is a nuclear option, Hermione said, which was a Muggle term she'd used and then had to explain, and which Harry had immediately understood the aptness of. You don't use it casually. If you invoke it, you're calling into question 200 years of wizarding law. That's not even mostly Dumbledore's era. That's reaching back to things people have structured their entire lives around. That's also why it exists, Harry said. The Founders anticipated institutional corruption. They wrote in a mechanism to address it. That's not an accident. He paused. I'm not going to invoke it to throw everything into chaos. But I want to understand exactly which pieces of legislation in the last 200 years have been used as tools of suppression, because there are provisions in the current magical law framework that should not exist and everyone knows it and nobody has had the legal standing to challenge them. Hermione was quiet for a moment, her pencil tapping against her parchment in the irregular rhythm of active thought. The Blood Status Registration Act, she said. 1937, it's the foundational legislation for the whole pure-blood classification system. Without that act, there's no legal basis for Muggle-born discrimination in ministry hiring. That's on my list, Harry said. The Creature Classification Act of 1811, Hermione said, with increasing velocity, flipping to a page in the book she'd been reading when Harry had sat down, because Hermione was always in the middle of reading something relevant. It's the basis for werewolf restrictions and most of the restrictions on magical creatures that are demonstrably capable of reason and self-determination. It's deeply unjust and it's been challenged 3 times and blocked each time by the same committee, which exists under the legislative framework created in 1823, which itself was, she looked up, signed into existence by Dumbledore's predecessor on the Wizengamot, who was Dumbledore's great-uncle. Right, Harry said. You've already thought about all of this, she said. Most of it, he admitted. I'm better at the political architecture than the specific acts. You're better at the specific acts. This is why I wanted to talk it through. Hermione looked at him over the top of her book with an expression that had evolved over the past month from the initial rapid recalibration of their first meeting into something more settled, the expression of someone who has found a thing they're useful for and is genuinely glad of it. You need a proper research framework, she said. Not just notes. A structured analysis of which legislation is vulnerable to override challenge and in what order challenging it would produce the most equitable outcomes. Can you build that? I've already started, she said. I didn't know what it was for until just now, but I started it last week because the legislation cross-references were interesting. She pulled a separate roll of parchment from her bag that was dense with her small neat writing and annotated margins. Here. Harry took it and read the first section and said, Hermione. This is extraordinary. I know, she said serenely, and went back to her book. The October half-term brought Harry back to Gringotts. He went alone, which was a deliberate decision. This meeting was banking business and banking business was private by nature, and he'd learned over the first 2 months at Hogwarts that the art of keeping people useful was not making everything they did collective. Some conversations were conversations for one. Ragnarok met him in the same warm circular room. The fire was going. The ledgers on the shelves were the same, though Harry had the impression they'd been reorganized, that several new ones had been added that hadn't been there in July. The proceedings are progressing well, Ragnarok said, before Harry had fully sat down. The contestation filings against the Slytherin claim were rejected on preliminary review by the ICW Heritage Council last week. We expect full confirmation within the month. The Longbottom and Bones collateral claims have been formally registered, both families have acknowledged them without contest, which means their cooperation with the proceedings has been noted positively. He paused. Lady Longbottom sent a letter. To Gringotts? To you, Ragnarok said, producing a sealed envelope. Through Gringotts, because she apparently felt that was more appropriate than direct owl post. She also sent what she described as a full accounting. Harry took the envelope. I'll read it later. He set it aside. The financial redirection. What's the status? Ragnarok produced a scroll that was more complex than the previous ones, columns of figures, dates, recipient designations. The total recovered from redirected accounts as of this month is 840,000 galleons. The Albus Dumbledore Scholarship Foundation has been frozen as an asset under ICW order and its remaining funds, approximately 60,000 galleons, will be subject to the tribunal's remediation decisions. He paused. The 6 ministry offices that received political donations made in your name without your authorization have been formally notified. 3 have proactively returned the funds. 2 are contesting. 1 has not responded. Which one hasn't responded? The Department of Magical Law Enforcement's Private Discretionary Fund, Ragnarok said. Overseen by Cornelius Fudge. Harry looked at Ragnarok steadily. Put bones on that one. It is already in her documentation, Ragnarok said, with the precise satisfaction of someone confirming that a mechanism is working as designed. Good. Harry looked at the scroll of figures, not at the numbers specifically but at the shape of the whole thing, the pattern of where money had moved, which told you more about intention than the amounts did. A clear line of resource running from Harry's accounts to Dumbledore's network, steady and long-term, the kind of redirection that was so integrated it had become invisible to anyone who wasn't looking for it. The Emery's claim, he said. Walk me through the formal activation process. Ragnarok was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, it was with the careful deliberation he used for genuinely significant things. The Emery's claim is unlike the other 15, he said. It predates the formation of the Wizengamot and the ICW both. Activating it is not a legal procedure in the modern sense, it is a ritual acknowledgement. The bank facilitates the process, but the substance of it is magical rather than administrative. What does it involve? A formal declaration before the Gringotts Ancient Accounts Charter, witnessed by the senior director, Ragnarok said. And a demonstration. Harry looked at him. What kind of demonstration? The Emery's line is the oldest surviving magical lineage in Britain, Ragnarok said. Older than Hogwarts, older than the founders, older than the formal categorization of magic into its current disciplines. The claim activation requires that the claimant demonstrate magical ability that cannot be accounted for by training or standard inheritance. He paused. In practical terms, you must perform a piece of magic that you have not been taught. Harry thought about this. Untrained magic. Magic that emerges from the core rather than the wand-and-word framework, Ragnarok said. Most wizards at your level of training could not do this deliberately. They access untrained magic only accidentally, in emotional surges. He looked at Harry with the direct, assessing attention he'd used since the first meeting. You have been doing this deliberately for months, Mr. Potter. I suspect the demonstration will not be difficult. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he looked at the fire in the grate, the comfortable, ordinary fire that had been burning since he arrived. He extended his attention toward it the way he'd been practicing in the garden at Privet Drive and refining in Hogwarts corridors and on the Quidditch pitch, not reaching with his wand, not reaching with any of the word frameworks he'd been learning in class, but reaching with the thing underneath all of that, the thing Thornshiv's removal of the suppression we've had set free. He found the fire's nature, its heat and its light and the particular combustion process underneath it, and he asked it a question. The fire turned green. Not the harsh, chemical green of flow powder, a deeper color, the green of old glass or deep water, living and complex. It held for 3 full seconds, and during those 3 seconds it burned without consuming the wood below it. Then Harry released it and it went back to orange and the wood resumed burning normally. Ragnarok looked at the fire for a moment. Then he said, that will be sufficient. When do we do the activation? Today, Ragnarok said. If you're ready. Harry considered it. He thought about Hermione's research framework, about the list of 200-year-old legislation that had been used as machinery of suppression. He thought about the tribunal and Amelia Bones and the shape of things that needed changing. He thought about his mother's letter, stop letting him manage things. The rest follows. Let's do it now, he said. The Emery's activation chamber was not the same room as the Sanguinum Veritas basin. It was deeper, accessed through a door in the floor of Ragnarok's office that Harry hadn't noticed on his first visit because it was flush with the stone and didn't have a visible handle. It opened when Ragnarok pressed his palm to it and spoke a phrase in gobbledygook that was longer and more complex than any Harry had heard. The chamber below was small, perfectly circular, and entirely without furniture or decoration except for a single circular inscription in the floor. It looked very old. The stone it was carved into was different from the rest of Gringotts, darker, with a grain to it that suggested it came from somewhere deep. The inscription was not in any alphabet Harry recognized from his reading, which meant it was older than the scripts he'd studied, which was itself a remarkable thing to be true of an inscription. The declaration is spoken, Ragnarok said, standing at the edge of the circle. In English, the magic doesn't care about language, but the formal record requires it. You state your name, your lineage claim, and your intent. Harry stepped into the center of the inscription. The stone was warm under his feet through the soles of his shoes. He thought about intent. He'd spent a lot of the past month thinking about intent, what he wanted to do with everything the assessment had given him, what a reasonable person who was not angry and not reckless and not interested in spectacle would actually build with 16 houses and 8 Wizengamot votes and a founder's override. He'd talked to Hermione about it and to Ragnarok's letters and to the quiet intelligence of Hogwarts walls when he pressed his palm to them in the early mornings. He'd arrived at an answer that was not grand or dramatic but was clear, which he thought was probably the right quality for an intent to have. "My name is Harry James Potter," he said. His voice was steady and the chamber absorbed it in a way that suggested the room was listening. "I carry the blood claim of 16 ancient houses. I claim the Emery's lineage through maternal descent, acknowledged by the Gringotts Charter. My intent in activating this claim is the restoration of what has been suppressed, the rights of those who were denied standing through corrupt legislation, the correction of institutional corruption through legal means, and the preservation of magical knowledge and tradition for those who come after." He paused. "I don't intend to use this as a weapon. I intend to use it as a foundation." The inscription in the floor lit up. Not like the Sanguinum Veritas basin's white gold light, this was something older and quieter, a deep amber that moved through the carved lines of the inscription like water through channels, filling each curve and angle with deliberate patience. It moved outward from where Harry stood and reached the walls and then went upward, tracing lines in the stone that hadn't been visible until the light found them. The walls were covered in writing, spiraling from floor to ceiling, every inch of stone inscribed with something that had been waiting in the dark. The warmth under Harry's feet increased, not uncomfortably, and then moved upward through him, not a surge, not a shock, but something that felt like recognition. Like meeting something that had been waiting. The 70% that had been freed in July had had 4 months to settle and build, and what met the Emery's activation now was not the tentative, recalibrating thing of August but something fully awake, fully present, fully his. The light reached the ceiling and held. Ragnarok, standing outside the circle, was very still. His face held the expression Harry had come to recognize as the goblin equivalent of being moved, not emotional in the human sense, but touched by something that met a standard so old the standard had almost been forgotten. The light faded. The inscription went dark again, the walls returned to plain stone, and Harry stepped out of the circle. "The Emery's claim is activated," Ragnarok said. His voice was, very slightly, different than usual. "The Heritage Council will be notified by end of day. You now hold 3 active Heritage Council seats." He paused. "The Founder's Override provision is available to you at any time." Harry nodded. He felt the same as before, which surprised him, and then didn't. He'd read enough to understand that the most significant magical events rarely felt significant from the inside. They felt, mostly, like decisions. "There's something else," Ragnarok said. He moved to a cabinet against the wall and produced a small box that Harry hadn't seen before, dark wood with a bronze clasp. This was in the Emery's sub-vault. There is no Emery's primary vault, the estate was too old, predating the vault system. But there was a secure deposit, placed here approximately 400 years ago, key to open only on claim activation. He set the box on a small ledge at the circle's edge. "We don't know what's in it. The deposit predates the current bank management by several senior directors. It may be significant or it may simply be the sentimental attachment of a very old family." Harry opened the clasp. Inside was a journal. Small, bound in leather so old it had gone almost black, the cover tooled with the same triangle circle line symbol of the Peveril vault, except here it was inverted, and inside the triangle was a smaller symbol he didn't recognize. A moon, perhaps, or a closed eye. He picked it up and felt the immediate awareness of old magic, not threatening, not locked, but dense, the way certain books are dense not with information but with the weight of everything that went into writing them. The journal had a name on the inside front cover. Ignotus. Harry looked at it for a long moment. Ignotus Peveril. The youngest of the 3 brothers. The one who had asked death for an invisibility cloak and had lived to old age and passed it to his son. The Peveril brother who had, according to the tales, died in his own time, in his own bed, having evaded death for a full life, and who had, it now appeared, also written things down. "All right," Harry said, mostly to himself. He closed the journal carefully and put it in his bag. "I'll need time with this." "Of course," Ragnarok said. They returned to the main office. Harry sat down and looked at the list of remaining business Ragnarok had prepared, and they worked through it with the efficient, productive rhythm their meetings had developed, each item addressed, actioned, or scheduled, nothing left vague or pending without a reason. The Black family claim was proceeding through a separate channel because of the complexity of the Black family tree and the number of living claimants whose positions it affected. The founders' secondary claims, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, were in mid-stage processing. The Riddle claim, which was a subsidiary of Slytherin, was the most politically sensitive because Voldemort's legal name had been Tom Marvolo Riddle, and the official position of the Ministry was that Voldemort was dead, but the official position of Harry's blood assessment was that the Riddle line's assets had transferred to Harry as senior heir of the Slytherin primary, which created a specific legal question about the nature of Voldemort's death that Ragnarok had phrased with exceptional diplomatic care. Harry had made a separate note about that one. Not now. But soon. He was back at Hogwarts by dinner. The hall was its usual Thursday evening self, louder than most nights because Thursdays preceded Friday, which preceded the weekend, and the anticipation had a particular frequency. Harry sat at his usual spot and was immediately handed a bread roll by Ron, who had adopted the habit of feeding people who arrived late to meals as though it was a social service. "Good trip?" Neville asked. "Productive," Harry said. He poured himself water and looked at the food with the sudden awareness that he hadn't eaten since breakfast. "Emery's claim is activated." Neville straightened. He'd been following the inheritance proceedings with the focused interest of someone who had personal stakes, which he did, and which had been the basis of several long conversations since Neville had received Augusta Longbottom's letter in early October. That letter had been, by Neville's account, 4 pages long, carefully written, and had contained an apology that was genuinely meant and a set of explanations that were genuinely complex, and Neville had read it 3 times and cried once and then written back a response that he hadn't shown Harry but which Harry could tell from the quality of Neville's subsequent mood had said something real and necessary. "What does that mean?" Neville asked. "Practically. It means the override is available," Harry said. "It means that the 3 Heritage Council seats are active and can be voted in the next ICW session." He served himself chicken and thought about how to say the next part simply. "It means that the legal challenge to the Blood Status Registration Act of 1937 has a mechanism to proceed." Neville was quiet for a moment. "Gran's going to have thoughts about that." "I know," Harry said. "Tell her to send them to me directly. I'd rather hear her objections from her than work around objections I don't know the full shape of." Hermione had set down her fork, which meant she was about to say something that required full attention. "The Act affects every Muggleborn witch and wizard who's entered the system since 1937, she said. "Legally challenging it means, that's the foundation of the entire Ministry's stance on blood status. Overturning it doesn't just change a policy. It changes the legal basis for every discrimination that's been built on top of it. The employment restrictions, the educational access issues, the inheritance laws that currently favor pure-blood families over Muggle-born ones." She paused. "It would be the most significant piece of wizarding legal reform in 2 centuries. "Yes," Harry said. "When?" she said. "Not yet," Harry said. "The tribunal first. The tribunal establishes the pattern of institutional corruption, that's the factual and legal groundwork. Once that verdict comes down, the override challenge to the act is positioned as correction rather than disruption. Timing matters." He looked at her. "Your research framework. Is it ready?" "It's been ready for 3 weeks, she said. "I've just been adding to it." Harry smiled. "Then we're ready when the time comes." Ron had been listening to this exchange with the expression he wore when he was following something that was slightly faster than comfortable but which he didn't want to interrupt because it was clearly important. "The Blood Status Act," he said. "That's the one that, my dad's always said it's the reason Muggleborns get passed over for ministry jobs. He hates it. He's tried to raise it twice in his department and both times he was told it wasn't his place to." He stopped. "He's going to want to know about this. He'll hear about it at the same time as everyone else," Harry said. "I need the tribunal first." I can't get ahead of the legal sequence without weakening the whole structure. Ron nodded, accepting this with the matter-of-fact practicality Harry had come to appreciate about him. Ron had a very good instinct for when something was a done deal and could be trusted, and he had apparently decided at some point in the first 2 weeks of term that Harry was a done deal and could be trusted, which had not required any particular performance on Harry's part and which he found very comfortable. The feast went on. Fred and George materialized briefly, deposited something that turned out to be a prototype of what they described as an extendable ear, a string that could be fed under doors to hear conversations on the other side, with a note that said prototype, return with notes, we know where you sleep, and disappeared again before Percy could see them. Neville fed Trevor the toad small pieces of lettuce with the patient devotion of someone who has accepted that loving a toad is not glamorous but is still love. Hermione revised her research framework with the chicken held in one hand and the pencil in the other. Harry ate and thought about Ignotus Peveril's journal in his bag. He'd read the first page on the train back, in the few minutes between Hogsmeade Station and the castle. The handwriting was surprisingly modern feeling for something 400 years old, the spelling was older, the phrasing unfamiliar, but the voice behind it was direct and unadorned, someone who wrote because they had things to say rather than because they wanted to be seen writing. The first page had been a simple statement of intent, I am writing this because the things I know should not die with me, and because the brother who lives longest always carries the weight of what the others knew. I have carried it long enough. Now someone else must. Harry had put the journal away at that point because the train had arrived and Neville had been waiting on the platform and there were things that deserved more than a moving compartment. He took it out after dinner, in the window seat of the Gryffindor common room with everyone around him occupied in their own things. Ron and Harry had a game of chess that was technically ongoing and theoretically being resumed but both of them had forgotten about it in favor of other things, and he read for 2 hours. Ignotus Peveril had known things. Not the dramatic things, not the full creation myth of the Deathly Hallows, which Beedle the Bard's version had over-romanticed into something folkloric and therefore deniable. Ignotus wrote about the Hallows as objects, what they were made of, which in the case of the Elder Wand was more specific than any account Harry had read, and what their properties were precisely rather than mythologically, and, this was the part that made Harry sit very still for several minutes, what their combined use did. The Hallows were not simply powerful objects. They were a system. They had been designed as one. The cloak was not just invisibility, it was a perceptual filter, capable of hiding not just a body but a magical signature, making the wearer undetectable to any form of magical sensing. The Elder Wand was not just invincibility in a duel, it was a channeling instrument of extraordinary precision, capable of working with cores of magical ability that no other wand could match. And the stone, Ignotus wrote about the stone with more reservation than the other two, more caution, with the caution of someone who has seen what it cost his brother, but he wrote clearly about what it was, a bridge. Not between the living and the dead, as the story said. Between what had been known and what was currently known. The stone was a device for accessing memory, not personal memory, but the accumulated memory of magical knowledge going back as far as the bloodline went. Every witch and wizard in a lineage, their accumulated understanding of magic, preserved and accessible to the holder. Harry set the journal down on his knee. He thought about that for a long time. He thought about the asset recovery claim for the ring that held the stone, still in ministry custody, still tied up in the Gaunt family designation, still pending. He thought about what a device for accessing the accumulated magical memory of 16 bloodlines might contain. He thought about Hermione's research framework and the Blood Status Registration Act and the Founder's Override and everything that needed to change and the knowledge that would be required to change it without causing the kind of damage that reform always risked if it moved without fully understanding what it was reshaping. Harry, Hermione said, from 3 feet away, without looking up from her own reading. Yes. You've been staring at the same page for 20 minutes. I've been thinking. About what? He looked at the journal. Then at the common room, at Neville teaching Trevor to sit on a matchbox, which was not a useful skill for a toad but which Neville was attempting with the same patient determination he brought to everything. At Ron losing a chess game to himself because his chess pieces had apparently decided they preferred Harry's strategy, which Harry was also not actually present for. At Fred and George in the corner doing something technical with the extendable ear prototype that involved a soldering iron that absolutely should not have been in a magical school and probably had a story attached to it. "About what we're building," Harry said. Hermione put her book down. "Tell me." So he told her about Ignotus Peveril's journal, and the Hallows as a system, and the stone as a memory device, and the recovery claim that was pending. She listened with the quality of attention she deployed when she was receiving something she needed to fully process before responding, and when he finished she was quiet for a moment and then said, "If the stone contains the accumulated magical memory of your bloodlines, and you have 16 of them, that's not just personal heritage. That's potentially the most comprehensive archive of magical knowledge in existence." "Yes," Harry said. "And you're thinking about what that means for the override challenge," she said. "Because the override requires not just legal grounds but practical alternatives to what you're challenging. You can't tear down legislation without having something to replace it with. The memory archive would give you," she stopped. "Harry, that would give you the magical equivalent of 2,000 years of precedent." "That's what I'm thinking," Harry said. She looked at him with the expression she wore when something had exceeded her already high expectations, which was rarer than she'd admit. "We need to get that ring back," she said. "I know. How quickly can Ragnarok move the asset recovery?" "I'm writing to him tonight," Harry said. "I'll push for priority status." She nodded, picked up her book, put it down again. "Ignotus Peveril," she said. "He's the one who asked for the cloak." "Yes. He was clever," she said. "The other two brothers asked for power and knowledge in their most direct forms and were destroyed by them. He asked for the thing that lets you survive until you've earned the rest." Harry looked at the cloak, which was in his bag and which he'd been using in the early mornings to walk the Hogwarts corridors and learn the castle in a way that required no witnesses. "Yes," he said. He was. November opened its account with a Quidditch match. Gryffindor versus Slytherin, first of the season, which mattered because it always mattered and because this particular year it mattered in additional ways. The political texture of everything had translated, as political texture always does, into the social texture of the school, and the Quidditch pitch was where social texture went to resolve itself through organized physical competition. Harry had flown in practice every day for 3 weeks. He'd also, in the early mornings under the cloak, flown alone, not practicing specific technique but learning the broom, the Nimbus 2000 that had appeared from the Potter Vault when Ragnarok had quietly noted that the vault contained sporting equipment that properly belonged to its heir. He'd learned the broom the way he'd learned the castle, through repeated, unhurried attention, and by November he and it had arrived at the understanding that people and objects arrive at when they've spent enough time together for the initial uncertainty to resolve into fluency. The match was cold and fast and exact in the way of well-matched teams. Slytherin played with technical precision and a physical aggression that was within the rules but only barely, which Harry met by simply being harder to catch than they expected, not reactive, not running, just perpetually elsewhere, moving with the three-dimensional ease of someone for whom 200 feet is a comfortable altitude. He found the snitch at 14 minutes. It was at the far end of the pitch, hovering at about 60 feet, which was a low altitude for a snitch and slightly suspicious. Snitches didn't usually hover, but Harry had been tracking it for the last 4 minutes and knew its pattern, and he went for it in a dive that was almost vertical and pulled out 6 feet from the ground with the snitch between his fingers and the Slytherin seeker somewhere behind him still working out what had happened. Gryffindor won 220-40. In the post-match chaos of the changing room, Oliver Wood said something emotional and incoherent about the beauty of strategy. Ron was nearly incoherent from a different emotional direction, the keeper save celebration variety. Fred and George conducted a brief victory ceremony involving scarves that was probably not in the school rules but was certainly in the spirit of the occasion. Draco found Harry outside the changing room afterward. He'd been waiting, not obviously, not with the confrontational stance of someone making a point, but with the patient attention of someone who has something to say and has been waiting for a private moment to say it. He was still in Slytherin Quidditch robes, which meant he'd also just come from the pitch. "Good catch," Draco said. "Good match," Harry said back. It was true. The Slytherin team had played well. My father responded to the suggestion, Draco said, without preamble. The transition from social to operational was, Harry had noticed, a Malfoy characteristic, the ability to move between registers quickly. He's in contact with Investigator Bones. He submitted a preliminary document package 2 weeks ago. I know, Harry said. Bones wrote to me. She said the submission was substantial. Something shifted in Draco's expression, not surprise at Harry knowing, but the particular adjustment of someone recalibrating how informed the person they're talking to actually is. He's also indicated a willingness to testify at the tribunal. Harry looked at him directly. That's not a small thing. No, Draco said. It's not. He was quiet for a moment, the wind pulling at his Quidditch robes. The pitch was emptying behind them, students returning to the castle in clusters. He told me to tell you that his cooperation is not conditional. He's not offering it in exchange for political protection. A pause. He said, and I'm quoting, that he is trying to understand what it means to operate on the basis of what's actually true rather than what's politically convenient, and that this is a more uncomfortable process than he anticipated. Harry thought about Lucius Malfoy saying that. He tried to imagine the internal architecture required for someone shaped by 60 years of a specific worldview to begin voluntarily dismantling it, and it was not a small imagining. Good for him, Harry said, and meant it. I mean that seriously. It's easier to stay comfortable. Draco looked at him for a moment with the gray-eyed steadiness he'd been developing over the course of the term. I'm going to tell you something that's not my information to give, he said. But I think you need it, so I'm making the decision to give it. Harry waited. Quirrell, Draco said. There's something wrong with him. My father noticed it at the start of your governor's reception in August. Quirrell was there and my father said he felt something in the room that he associated with the Dark Lord. He held Harry's gaze. I'm not saying Quirrell is Death Eater. I'm not saying the Dark Lord is alive. I'm saying my father has a very specific sense for a very specific magical signature and he said it was there, in that room, around Quirrell. Harry looked at him. Have you told anyone? I'm telling you, Draco said. Harry thought about the feeling in the Great Hall on the first morning. The thing around Quirrell rather than Quirrell himself. The flinch at the classroom doorway. The way certain rooms in the castle seemed to hold their breath slightly differently when Quirrell moved through them. Okay, Harry said. That's all you're going to say? What would you like me to say? Draco looked at him with the expression of someone who finds the self-possession of others faintly maddening. Most people would be afraid. Most people don't have a mother's blood sacrifice sitting in their magical core like a tripwire, Harry said. I'm not sure fear is the appropriate response. It's more, information. He picked up his broom bag from where he'd set it against the fence. Thank you. Seriously. This goes in the file. Draco nodded once, the crisp decisive nod of someone who has done the thing they came to do. Potter. Malfoy. They went their separate ways toward the castle, and Harry walked with the cold November wind at his back and the snitch he'd caught still in his pocket. He'd forgotten to give it back to Madame Hooch and would need to return it, and Draco's information settling into the section of his attention he kept for things that were urgent but not yet ready for action. Voldemort. Quirrell. Something that shouldn't be here, apparently was. He'd need to understand the connection. He'd need Ignotus Peveril's journal and possibly the information in the Slytherin vault records and definitely a conversation with someone who understood dark magic at a level that most 11-year-olds didn't. He thought about Snape, sitting at the end of the teacher's table with his contained stillness. He thought about what Ragnarok's documentation had said about Snape's adjacent involvement in certain events, and what questions remained unanswered. He filed it. He prioritized it above several other things. He walked into the castle and felt it acknowledge him in the way it had developed over 3 months of early morning introductions, a warmth in the stones that was not just heating charms, and thought, I know. I'm working on it. The castle held its ancient patience around him. There was always more to do. The art was knowing where to begin. Chapter 5, The Weight of Testimony. The tribunal's summons arrived in December. Not just for Harry. The owls went out across Britain and beyond on a Tuesday morning. Harry's arrived at breakfast, delivered by an ICW bird he hadn't seen before, a large white eagle owl that carried itself with the institutional gravity of official correspondence made feathered. The parchment was sealed with both the ICW crest and Amelia Bone's personal mark, and it was brief: "Your testimony is scheduled for December 19th. The tribunal convenes at ICW headquarters, Geneva. Transport will be arranged. Please confirm receipt by return owl." Harry confirmed by return owl before finishing his porridge. The hall around him was doing what the hall always did with significant news, absorbing it in waves, the whisper network running from table to table with the speed that only a confined community of several hundred people can manage. Other summons had apparently gone out simultaneously, to Minerva McGonagall, who was seen at the teacher's table opening her own with the controlled expression of someone who had been expecting this and had prepared accordingly. To Severus Snape, who looked at his for a long moment and then folded it with deliberate precision and put it in his inner pocket and went back to his coffee. To someone at the ministry, judging by the second eagle owl that arrived simultaneously and headed through the enchanted ceiling toward London. "Geneva," Ron said, leaning over to read Harry's summons with the uncomplicated nosiness of someone who considers his friend's official correspondence a shared experience. "Is that where the ICW actually is?" "Their main tribunal chamber, yes," Hermione said. She'd already known this because she'd read about it, and had the expression of someone quietly pleased that a fact she'd stored 3 months ago had become relevant. The ICW has offices in 17 cities, but the tribunal convenes in Geneva under the neutral territory provision. No national magical authority has jurisdiction in the chamber. "Meaning the British ministry can't interfere," Harry said. "They've tried," Hermione said. 3 times, according to the ICW charter history. Article 62 explicitly prohibits national legal challenges to ICW tribunal proceedings. The ministry filed an injunction in October. I read about it in the ICW public bulletin. It was dismissed in 48 hours. "Fudge filed an injunction," Harry said. He'd known this was coming. Ragnarok had mentioned it in his last letter, phrased with the controlled disdain he reserved for ministry inefficiency. "He's trying to position the tribunal as interference in British sovereign magical affairs." "It's not going to work," Neville said. He was reading his own owl, which had arrived with the Gringotts seal. Augusta Longbottom, apparently, had also received a summons. He looked slightly pale. "Gran's been called." "To testify?" "As a character witness and material witness," Neville said. He read further. She's going to testify about what she knew. About the guardianship notification." He set the letter down. "She wrote to me last night. Said she was going to do it. Said it was," he paused, finding the words carefully, "the only way to make right what she hadn't done when she should have." Harry looked at Neville. For months into the school year, Neville Longbottom had changed in ways that were visible to anyone paying attention, which at Hogwarts was approximately everyone. He stood differently, not taller exactly, but more deliberately, as though he had decided where he was going to stand and committed to it. He'd been doing practical magic in herbology that made Professor Sprout go quiet in the way she went quiet when something exceeded her expectations. He'd punched a 7th-year Slytherin in September after the 7th year had made a comment about his parents, an incident that had earned him a detention and a very private nod from McGonagall that communicated several things without any of them being said aloud. He was growing into himself. Harry thought it was one of the better things he'd watched happen this year. "Your grandmother is doing the right thing," Harry said. "Tell her that from me." Neville folded his letter. "I will," he said. Then, with the directness he'd been developing like a new muscle, "I'm going to ask to come to Geneva. I don't know if I know it's not my tribunal. But I want to be there." Harry looked at him. "I'll ask Bones if there's a provision for accompanying parties." "There is," Hermione said. Article 51. A material witness may be accompanied by one supporting party of their choosing, provided that party is not also a witness. How do you know that? Ron asked. I've been reading the ICW charter since October, she said, as though this were self-evident. It seemed relevant. Harry wrote to Bones after breakfast. The response came back within the hour, which meant Bones had been at her desk since at least dawn, which tracked with everything Harry knew about her from correspondence. She was the kind of person who got to a place of work well before work was scheduled to begin and regarded this as simply the baseline. Supporting parties confirmed for material witnesses. Arrangements will include Longbottom, N. Transport from Hogsmeade Station, December 19, 0600. Bones. The 2 weeks between the summons and the tribunal were the most densely packed of the term. Not because of the tribunal specifically, Harry had his testimony prepared in the form of a clear, sequenced account of events supported by documentary evidence, which Ragnarok had helped him organize into the format the ICW's legal procedures required. The testimony itself was straightforward: what the assessment found, what the bindings had done, what the documentation showed. He wasn't nervous about it. You weren't nervous about telling the truth when the truth was documented in 17 separate pieces of parchment and backed by a century-old bank's formal records. What occupied him was Quirrell. And Voldemort. And the specific shape of the connection between them, which Harry had spent the past month investigating with the methodical patience of someone who has learned that guessing is less useful than knowing. He'd started with Ignotus Peveril's journal, which in its later sections described the nature of dark anchoring magic, rituals by which a magical core, sufficiently damaged or diminished, could sustain itself by attaching parasitically to a living host. The description was academic, third-hand, the notes of someone who had studied the theory rather than witnessed it, but it was precise and it matched what Harry could feel when he was in Quirrell's vicinity, not Quirrell's magic, which was present and ordinary, but something else layered over and into it like a second voice in a conversation that Quirrell was not fully aware he was having. He'd then gone to Snape. This was not a casual decision. He'd thought about it for 2 weeks before doing it, turning over the question of Snape the way he turned over complicated legal problems, looking at it from every angle before committing to an approach. What he knew: Snape was a former Death Eater, turned informant for Dumbledore before the end of the war, protected by Dumbledore's political position in a way that had always seemed to Harry like the protection that comes from being useful rather than the protection that comes from being valued. What he didn't know, the full nature of Snape's role, or what Snape knew about Voldemort's current status, or whether Snape was the kind of person who would tell the truth when asked directly. He'd decided to find out. He'd gone to Snape's office on a Thursday evening, knocked, and walked in when invited. Snape had been at his desk with a stack of essays that he was marking with the aggressive efficiency of someone who finds other people's errors physically offensive. He'd looked up when Harry entered and gone very still in the way he went still around Harry, not startled, but calibrating, the rapid assessment of someone who has been thinking about this person and is now managing the reality of their presence. "Mr. Potter," Snape said. "Professor," Harry said. He sat down in the chair across the desk without being invited, which was a decision he'd made on the walk down because some conversations needed to start from a position of not asking permission. "I need to talk to you about Quirrell." Snape's quill stopped moving. He looked at Harry for a moment that was too long to be casual and too controlled to be surprised. Then he set the quill down. "Close the door," he said. Harry turned and closed the door, and the locking charm Snape cast was not the standard colloportus but something older and more layered, the kind that didn't just lock but muffled and sealed. "You've noticed something," Snape said. It was not a question. "Yes," Harry said. Something around him rather than him specifically. A second magical presence. "I've been reading about parasitic anchoring, the theory that a sufficiently damaged magical core can sustain itself through a living host." Snape looked at him with the expression he'd worn in their first defense class, the one that was composed equally of assessment and something he kept very carefully controlled. "How did you come to know about parasitic anchoring?" "Ignotus Peveril's journal," Harry said. "Dated roughly 1482, recovered from the Emery's sub-vault at Gringotts in October." Snape was quiet for a full 5 seconds. You have Ignotus Peveril's journal. Yes. And you read the section on dark anchoring magic. And everything else in it, Harry said. It's thorough. Snape looked at the desk between them with the expression of someone revising their understanding of a situation they thought they'd already revised. Then he looked up. What specifically do you need from me? Confirmation, Harry said. And context. You know what the presence around Quirrell is. I think you've known for a while, and I think you've been watching it and not acting because acting alone, without evidence, against a Hogwarts staff member who is in a position of cover, is politically complicated. He met Snape's eyes. The tribunal changes that. If Quirrell is hosting what I think he's hosting, it becomes relevant to the Dumbledore case, specifically to the question of what Dumbledore knew about Voldemort's current status and what he chose to do or not do about it. Snape was very still. Dumbledore knew, Harry said. Not accusing. Stating. He hired Quirrell knowing, or he discovered it early in the term. Either way, he knew and he managed it, which is what he does. He managed rather than resolved. You cannot prove that, Snape said. His voice was careful. Not yet, Harry said. But the tribunal will ask him directly, under oath, with Veritaserum if the ICW deems it necessary. And the ICW does deem it necessary, Bones mentioned it in her last letter. He paused. I'm not asking you to testify about what you can't prove. I'm asking you to tell me what you know so that I can understand the full picture before I walk into that chamber. Snape looked at him for a long time. The office was very quiet, the preserved potions ingredients on the shelves casting faint shadows in the lamplight, the cold coming in from the dungeons around the edges of the door. Voldemort is not dead, Snape said. He said it the way someone removes a splinter, the committed pull, the brief sharp truth of it. He was destroyed as a body. His core persisted. The form of persistence I believe he is using is called a soul anchor, not precisely the same as the parasitic anchoring you read about, but related. A piece of his magical core, bound to a physical object, that maintains continuity of self. He paused. I believe there are multiple anchors. I do not know how many. Harry absorbed this. Objects he bound to deliberately. Before his destruction, yes. A precaution. He was always, Snape paused, and Harry saw something move across his face that was old and not simple, thorough in his preparations. Quirrell is a temporary solution, Harry said. He's using Quirrell as a host while he waits for something more permanent. I believe so. And Dumbledore's plan was to manage this. Keep Quirrell at Hogwarts, keep Voldemort contained within a familiar controlled environment, wait for an opportunity to address it on his own terms. Harry thought about the Philosopher's Stone, which he'd heard discussed by older students in the context of Nicholas Flamel and immortality, and which Hermione had looked up and found was apparently being kept somewhere in the castle for security reasons, and which Harry had thought about very carefully when Draco had passed on Lucius' concern about Voldemort's presence in the school. There's something in the school he's after. The stone, Snape said. Yes. The Philosopher's Stone. It produces the elixir of life. For something that is only partly alive, the elixir represents the difference between a temporary state and a permanent one. And Dumbledore stored it here, Harry said. In the school. With a possessed teacher. The security measures are considerable, Snape said. The security measures were designed by Dumbledore, Harry said, which means they were designed to be solvable by one specific person, himself, while being impressive enough to deter anyone else. Which is exactly how Dumbledore designs everything. He thought about it for a moment. Where is it? Snape looked at him with the expression of someone who has had enough surprises for one conversation and is deciding how many more to accommodate. Third floor corridor, right-hand side, he said. There is a door. Behind the door there are 7 obstacles. 7, Harry said. Designed by the staff. Yes. And you're watching it. I have been watching it all term, Snape said. And I have been watching Quirrell. And I have been trying to determine the appropriate course of action without the political cover that has just been removed. He looked at Harry directly for the first time since they'd begun, the full force of his attention rather than the managed portion. You removed it, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore's political cover. You and Bones and Gringotts. Which means I am now in the position of acting without the safety net I have relied on for 15 years. There was something in his voice that was not a complaint. It was acknowledgement. The particular acknowledgement of someone who is describing a frightening thing while simultaneously deciding they prefer the fright to the alternative. The stone needs to be moved, Harry said. Out of the school. If Voldemort is here and the stone is here and Dumbledore is no longer available to manage the situation, I know, Snape said. Can you move it without the other staff asking questions? Flitwick and Sprout know about the stone's location, Snape said. Their obstacles are part of the protection sequence. I would need to read them in. Do it, Harry said. Before December 19th, move it to Gringotts if you can. Their vaults are more secure than anything the school can arrange, and I'll have Ragnarok prepare a receiving deposit today. Snape looked at him. The look lasted a long time. Then, you're 11 years old. People keep saying that, Harry said. It keeps being remarkable, Snape said, but the edge had gone out of it. What was underneath wasn't warmth, exactly, and wasn't admiration, it was something more complicated and more honest, the particular emotional register of someone looking at the child of a woman they had loved and finding, in that child, things they had not expected and which require entirely new categories to understand. Harry didn't push it. Some things needed their own space. I'll write to Ragnarok tonight, Harry said. The receiving deposit will be confirmed by morning. Can you move the stone this week? Yes, Snape said. Good. Harry stood. Professor, the testimony at the tribunal. About what you know. About Voldemort's current status and Dumbledore's knowledge of it. He paused. Bones needs it. Not from me. From someone who was inside the situation. Snape was quiet. You were a spy, Harry said. For the right side, eventually. I've read enough of the legal records to know that your evidence was what convicted 12 Death Eaters after the war. The tribunal is not so different. He waited. You've been carrying this for a long time. Yes, Snape said, very quietly. Then put it down, Harry said. Formally. In a chamber where it counts. He left. Behind him, the door unlocked itself before he touched it, which meant Snape had removed the charms, which meant Snape had made a decision. Harry went back to Gryffindor Tower and wrote 4 letters, to Ragnarok about the stone's transfer, to Bones adding Snape to the witness list with a brief summary of what he'd contribute, to Hermione asking her to cross-reference Ignotus's description of soul anchors with everything she could find on the subject in the Hogwarts library, and to Neville telling him to pack for Geneva and that they were leaving at 6 in the morning on the 19th. Then he went to sleep, because there was nothing more to be done that night and he had Quidditch practice at 7 in the morning and Oliver Wood's approach to early starts made the cupboard under the stairs look indulgent. Geneva in December was cold with the particular clarity of cold at altitude, the air thin and sharp, the lake visible from the ICW complex's upper windows as a flat grey mirror reflecting the alpine sky. The building itself was old and new simultaneously, the way European institutions often were. A stone facade that belonged to the 16th century with everything inside updated to a precision that belonged to the present, the whole thing warded so thoroughly that Harry felt the layers of it as he crossed the threshold, each one stacked on the last like geological deposits. The Hogwarts party arrived at 7:30. Harry, Neville, and McGonagall, who had come as both material witness and acting headmistress, which gave her dual standing in the chamber. Snape had traveled separately, the previous evening, which Harry understood and did not comment on. The choice to travel alone to a place where you would be required to tell the truth about 15 years of complicated decisions was the kind of choice that required privacy around it. Bones met them in the entrance hall. She looked, if anything, more focused than her correspondence suggested, the square-framed glasses, the iron-gray hair, the functional robes now replaced by ICW formal dress that communicated authority without ornamentation. She shook Harry's hand with the brisk efficiency of someone who considers handshakes communication. "The tribunal convenes at 9, she said. "The chamber seats 60, there will be 12 ICW judges, the senior legal teams for prosecution and defense, witness holding areas, and a public gallery. The gallery is sealed, no media in the chamber. The press will receive a transcript at the close of proceedings." She looked at Harry. "Dumbledore's defense team has filed a character testimony list. It's long. Several members of the Order of the Phoenix, you may recognize some names." She paused. "I want to prepare you for the possibility that people you will meet at Hogwarts in the years ahead will have been in that gallery today speaking in his defense. That does not make them his accomplices. People believed in him genuinely. That belief is not the same as his acts." "I know," Harry said. "It doesn't change the acts." "No," Bones said. "It doesn't." She looked at Neville. "Mr. Longbottom. Your grandmother is already here. She arrived last evening." A brief pause, the only concession she made to what she'd identified as a personal layer in this situation. "She asked after you." Neville nodded, managing it. They were shown to a waiting area, stone walls, good chairs, a window looking out at the lake. Tea appeared without anyone requesting it, which was either a charm or a very attentive staff, and Harry drank his and looked at the lake and went through his testimony one more time in his head. Not from nervousness. From the same habit that made him review a Quidditch strategy before a match, not because he didn't know it but because the knowing needs to be fresh rather than stored. The chamber door opened at 5 to 9. The tribunal chamber was circular and tiered, the 12 judges seated at an elevated arc at the far end, their robes the deep blue of the ICW's formal designation with the silver chain of office at each collar. The space below them held the witness stand, the defense and prosecution tables, and the gallery, 60 seats arranged in a semicircle, perhaps half of them occupied. Harry recognized a few faces: Molly Weasley, whom he'd seen in photographs and who was present with the composed expression of someone who had organized her feelings into a containable shape but was aware the containment might require maintenance throughout the day. Elphia's Doge, white-haired and distressed. Several faces he didn't know. And Albus Dumbledore, seated at the defense table. Harry hadn't seen him since King's Cross. For months had done something to his presentation, not to his composure, which was intact, or to his bearing, which was still the bearing of someone who has spent 60 years being the most significant person in most rooms. But something in the quality of his presence had changed. He was contained in a different way than he'd been on the platform, not the ease of someone who controls their environment, but the deliberate stillness of someone who has had 4 months in a space they don't control and has found, in that experience, something they weren't looking for. He looked, Harry thought, more present. As though the removal of the political machinery around him had stripped away a layer of performance and revealed something underneath that was, in its way, more honest. Dumbledore looked at Harry across the chamber. Harry looked back with the same steadiness he'd used on the platform, and then looked at the judge's bench, because there was work to do and the work was more important than the confrontation. The lead judge, a severe woman who introduced herself as Judge Calanthe Adeyemi, Senior Arbiter, ICW Tribunal Division, called the proceedings to order with the economical authority of someone who has run this kind of proceeding many times and has reduced the opening formalities to their necessary minimum. "The charges are documented in the case record," she said. "We will proceed directly to testimony. Prosecution begins. Investigator Bones." Bones stood. She presented the prosecution's case with the same quality Harry had identified in her correspondence: no excess, no performance, no attempt to construct a narrative more dramatic than the facts already made it. She laid out the documented evidence in sequence: the Gringotts assessment results, the confirmed magical bindings, the redirected funds, the false guardianship paperwork, the systematic suppression of inheritance claims, the Amos Fletcher expulsion and 9 other documented cases of similar treatment, And the evidence of Dumbledore's knowledge of Voldemort's presence at Hogwarts and his decision to manage rather than report it. The chamber was very quiet throughout. Harry was called second, after a ministry records clerk who testified to the falsified guardianship documents. He walked to the witness stand with the cloak folded in his bag and 16 houses behind his name and a testimony he had prepared in the certain knowledge that the truth was the simplest thing available. Judge Adeyemi looked at him. Mr. Potter. You understand that testimony given in this chamber is given under compelled truth, the chamber itself enforces honesty. You may decline to answer any question, but you may not answer falsely. Understood, Harry said. Bones led him through it, the Gringotts visit in July, the assessment, the revealed houses, the 3 bindings. Harry answered each question clearly and without elaboration beyond what was asked, which was the style Bones had recommended in her briefing, let the facts carry the weight. When she asked him to describe what removing the suppression weave had felt like, he said, it felt like breathing properly for the first time. The difference was significant enough that I could immediately sense the gap between what I'd been operating at and what I actually was. When she asked how long the compulsion ward had been active, he said, from approximately 15 months old. I'm 11 now. So my entire conscious memory of my life was formed under its influence. He said it without drama. The facts were dramatic enough. The defense team's cross-examination was conducted by a wizard named Frobisher, competent, careful, trying 3 separate angles that Harry recognized as attempts to introduce uncertainty into the documentation's chain of custody, the assessment ritual's reliability, and the interpretation of the magical signatures. Harry answered each attempt with the precise information that closed it. The chain of custody was Gringotts' own, whose legal standing in these matters was unimpeachable. The Sanguinum Veritas ritual's reliability was attested by 112 years of Ragnarok's direct oversight. The magical signatures were identified by Gringotts' own Cursebreaker staff whose professional certifications were on record with the ICW. Frobisher tried a 4th angle. Mr. Potter, is it possible that the compulsion ward you describe was not cast maliciously, but protectively? That the intent is not in question, Harry said. A compulsion ward on a minor is illegal regardless of intent under ICW Charter Article 23. The intent doesn't change the act. He paused. However, if you're asking whether Dumbledore believed he was acting protectively, yes, I think he did. I don't think that belief changes what he did. But I think it's true. The chamber was very quiet. Frobisher sat down. Augusta Longbottom's testimony was the one Harry watched most carefully, because it was the testimony he'd had the least visibility into and the one with the most personal weight for someone he cared about. She was a formidable woman. Harry had known this from Neville's descriptions, confirmed it in correspondence, and now saw it embodied in the way she walked to the witness stand with the bearing of someone who has spent 80 years conducting themselves in a specific manner and who has made, at some point in the last few months, the decision that the manner needs to change even if the bearing does not. She testified to receiving the guardianship notification from Gringotts in November 1981. She testified to contacting Dumbledore directly and being told that alternative arrangements had been made and that the notification was a bureaucratic error. She testified to accepting this, and to not following up, and to her reasons for not following up, which she stated plainly, I trusted his judgment. I should not have. I trusted his judgment because trusting it was easier than investigating, and investigating would have required me to believe that a man I had respected for 40 years had acted wrongly. I chose comfort over due diligence. That is a failure I carry. The chamber was very quiet in a different way during this testimony. The quietness of people watching someone tell the truth about themselves. Neville, in the gallery, was looking at his grandmother with an expression that was too complex to read in full but which contained, somewhere in its composition, the particular quality of someone revising their understanding of a person they love, not destroying the love, but letting it be complicated, letting it be the kind of love that can hold difficult things. Augusta finished her testimony and walked back to the gallery. As she passed Neville, she stopped for just a moment and put her hand on his shoulder, briefly, and Neville covered her hand with his own, just as briefly, and then she was past and in her seat. Harry looked away, giving them the privacy of not being observed. Snape's testimony was the last of the morning session, and it was the one the gallery leaned forward for. He came to the stand with the contained stillness that was his characteristic mode, but Harry had been watching Snape for 4 months and could read the texture of his stillness now. This was not the stillness of someone managing a performance. It was the stillness of someone who has made a decision and is living inside it before the moment requires him to demonstrate it publicly. Judge Adeyemi read the anti-collusion statement. Snape confirmed his understanding. Bones stood. "Professor Snape," Bones said. "You were a Death Eater." "Yes," Snape said. "You became an informant for Albus Dumbledore prior to the end of the war." "Yes." "Your evidence was instrumental in the conviction of 12 Death Eaters following Voldemort's first defeat." "Yes." "Are you aware of Voldemort's current status?" The gallery shifted. It was audible, not loud, just the collective physical adjustment of 60 people who have been holding themselves very still and are responding to a question they didn't expect to be asked so directly. "Yes," Snape said. "Please describe it." Snape was quiet for a moment. Not hesitating. Preparing. The difference mattered. Voldemort's physical body was destroyed on October 31, 1981. His magical core, his essential self, survived. He is currently inhabiting a host body, specifically that of Quirinus Quirrell, a defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The attachment is parasitic and temporary, it is degrading both Quirrell and Voldemort's preserved core. He is seeking a means of permanent restoration. Complete silence. Judge Adeyemi looked at the other 11 judges. A rapid visual exchange happened, the kind that happens between people who have been working together long enough to communicate without words. Then she looked back at Snape. And Headmaster Dumbledore's awareness of this situation? Dumbledore was aware of the situation from the beginning of the current academic year, Snape said. He chose not to report it to the ICW or to any ministry authority. He chose to manage it internally. A pause. He had also stored the Philosopher's Stone, an artifact capable of producing the elixir of life, within Hogwarts, ostensibly for its protection. The combination of Voldemort's presence in the school and the stone's presence in the school is, not a coincidence. Was this arrangement made with the knowledge that Voldemort was in the school? I do not know whether the stone was placed there knowing Quirrell was a host, Snape said. I do know that once Dumbledore was aware of both facts, he did not move the stone. He paused. It has since been moved. The stone was transferred to Gringotts custody 6 days ago, at my recommendation and with the facilitation of Harry Potter. The gallery broke its silence at this, not loudly, more the contained sound of 60 people absorbing something and finding the absorption required some physical expression. Judge Adeyemi raised her hand and the sound stopped. The stone is now in Gringotts custody, she said. It is, Snape said. And Quirrell, the host, is currently at Hogwarts. He was, as of my departure yesterday evening, Snape said. I would recommend his removal from the school and medical assessment of the host as a matter of urgency. Judge Adeyemi made a note. She then looked at the junior judge to her left, who nodded, and a rapid Patronus charm was sent from the chamber. Harry watched it go, a small silver cat, which struck him as fitting for reasons he couldn't immediately articulate. An emergency communication, presumably to ICW enforcement. Bones continued. Professor Snape. You testified that your evidence was used in the conviction of 12 Death Eaters after the war. Yes. Are you aware of any individuals who were imprisoned in Azkaban without trial, following the war? The gallery went very still again, but differently. This was specific stillness, the kind that comes when people know where a question is going and are waiting for the destination. Sirius Black, Snape said. His voice was controlled in a way that required visible effort. He was imprisoned without trial. He stopped. The stop lasted a full 3 seconds. I was involved in that decision. I provided testimony, informal, non-official testimony, that was used to bypass the trial process. Another stop. The testimony was motivated by personal resentment. I have known for some years that what I did in that regard was wrong. I am prepared to testify formally to the circumstances of Black's imprisonment and to recant the testimony that contributed to it. Bones looked at him for a moment with the expression of someone who is satisfied by something they have worked toward for a long time and is allowing themselves exactly one moment of that satisfaction before moving on. The tribunal notes your willingness, she said. That will be addressed in a supplementary proceeding. She looked at her notes. One final question, Professor. In your assessment, not as a legal matter, but as someone who was inside the situation for 15 years, do you believe Albus Dumbledore understood himself to be acting wrongly? Snape was quiet for a long moment. No, he said. I believe he understood himself to be acting necessarily. Which is a more dangerous thing. Dumbledore's own testimony was in the afternoon. He came to the stand without theatre, which was itself a form of theatre from someone who had been theatrical for 6 decades, the deliberate stripping of performance, as though he had decided that sincerity was the only remaining currency. He confirmed each charge with the careful precision of a man who has had 4 months to decide what the truth was and how to present it, and who has arrived at the conclusion that the truth, at this point, is simply less costly than its alternatives. He confirmed the bindings. He confirmed the financial redirections. He confirmed the guardianship suppression. He confirmed knowledge of Quirrell's situation. He confirmed knowledge of Sirius Black's irregular imprisonment, and the particular look that crossed his face during this confirmation was one Harry recognized, not from personal experience but from the quality of the recognition. It was the look of someone who has carried a thing so long that they've stopped feeling its weight, and who is now, in the act of setting it down, feeling it for the first time. The defense team's case rested on intent, repeatedly, methodically, presenting Dumbledore as a man who had made terrible choices in the service of genuine good, who had sacrificed individuals to protect the whole. The argument was not without logic. Harry listened to it with the attention it deserved, which was real attention, because the logic was the most dangerous part. A bad argument could be dismissed. An argument with logic in it needed to be understood before it could be answered. He was not called back to the stand. But during the prosecution's closing summary, Bones read 3 sentences directly from Lily Potter's letter, which Harry had submitted as documentary evidence. He was told not to have it. Which means he's still managing things. Stop letting him. The chamber was very quiet. Bones sat down. The verdict came at 4:30. Judge Adeyemi read it with the flat, measured authority of someone for whom verdicts are the end point of a process rather than the beginning of a story, and the process in this case had been thorough. Guilty on all primary charges. Suspended from all wizarding offices held, permanently in the case of Supreme Mugwump and Chief Warlock, on the grounds that both positions carried specific obligations he had systematically violated. A remediation order requiring the return of all redirected funds to the Potter accounts with interest. A formal record amendment correcting the guardianship documentation. And, the one Harry had not anticipated, a mandatory review of all Wisengamot decisions made during Dumbledore's tenure as Chief Warlock that had bearing on inheritance, blood status, or creature rights, to be conducted by the ICW's Legislative Review Committee. That last provision was not nothing. It was, in fact, the beginning of the conversation Harry and Hermione had been building toward. Harry looked at Hermione across the gallery. She was already writing. The chamber began to empty. Harry stayed seated for a moment, watching Dumbledore at the defense table speak briefly with his counsel, quiet, unhurried, the conversation of someone processing rather than arguing. Then Dumbledore looked up, across the emptying chamber, and found Harry again. This time Harry stood and crossed the chamber toward him, which surprised the defense counsel and the 2 ICW officers who moved to intercept before Bones made a small gesture and they stopped. Harry stood at the table. Dumbledore looked up at him. "Mr. Potter," he said. "Professor," Harry said. He'd thought about what to say, and he'd decided something simple was correct. "I read my mother's letter." Something moved across Dumbledore's face. It was the most unguarded thing Harry had seen from him, a grief that was old and genuine and still present, the grief of someone who had loved the person the letter was from and who was now holding the full weight of what they had cost that person. She was exceptional, Dumbledore said quietly. She was the most, he stopped. Yes. She was. She told me to stop letting you manage things, Harry said. I have. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment, and what was in his face was not the complicated managed presentation of the tribunal, it was something simpler. Something that, in a different person in different circumstances, Harry would have called respect. Yes, Dumbledore said. You have. Harry looked at him for another moment. Then he said, the things you actually built, Hogwarts, the Order, the intelligence network against Voldemort. They mattered. The way you built them was wrong. Both of those things are true. Dumbledore was quiet. The stone is in Gringotts, Harry said. Quirrell is being dealt with by ICW enforcement. Voldemort's current anchors are being documented. He paused. I'll finish it. Not the way you would have. But it'll be finished. Dumbledore looked at him with the expression of someone who is receiving something they do not entirely deserve and knows it. I have no doubt, he said, very quietly. Harry nodded once, turned, and walked back through the emptying chamber. Neville was waiting at the door. He looked at Harry's face and read it with the sensitivity he'd been developing all term, and said nothing, which was the right thing. They walked out together into the Geneva evening, the lake going silver in the early dark, the Alps enormous and clear on the horizon, the cold air sharp as a statement of fact. He seemed, Neville started. I know, Harry said. Is that, harder or easier? When they're not what you expected? Harry thought about it. About Dumbledore's unguarded grief, and Augusta's plain accounting of her failure, and Snape's 3-second pause before saying it was wrong. About all the people in this story who had made terrible choices while being genuinely human. It's more accurate, Harry said. Easier and harder don't really apply. Neville considered this. Gran wants to take me to dinner, he said. She asked if you'd come. Yes, Harry said. I'd like that. They walked toward the ICW entrance where the others were gathering, and the Geneva lights were beginning to come on across the water, and somewhere above them an ICW Patronus was carrying an emergency message toward Hogwarts, and in a bank vault under London a very important stone was finally in the right hands, and Harry had one more chapter of this story before he could begin the next one. He walked through the cold evening with his hands in his pockets and his mother's words somewhere in his chest and the sense of something enormous moving into alignment, like a river finding its proper course after a long time going the wrong way. Chapter 6, The Foundation. Quirrell was gone when they returned to Hogwarts. Not dramatically, no confrontation, no spectacle. ICW enforcement had arrived at the school on the evening of the tribunal, presented McGonagall's temporary deputy with the operational order, and removed Quirinus Quirrell from the premises with the brisk efficiency of an institution that had been doing this kind of work for 2 centuries and had reduced it to procedure. The school woke the following morning to an empty defense classroom and a brief notice from acting headmistress McGonagall pinned to every common room board: Professor Quirrell has been called away on urgent personal matters. Defense against the dark arts will be covered by rotating staff until a permanent appointment is made. Students are reminded that this disruption to their schedule does not constitute a disruption to their academic expectations. McGonagall had a remarkable gift for communicating volumes through the deliberate exclusion of information. Harry had been back at Hogwarts for exactly 4 hours when Hermione knocked on the door of the first-floor classroom she'd identified in October as ideal for working because it faced north, got good consistent light, and was far enough from the charms corridor to avoid the noise of Flitwick's more enthusiastic practical sessions. She came in with 3 rolls of parchment, a cup of tea, and the expression of someone who had been waiting to have this conversation since the verdict was read. Sit down, she said, which was slightly funny since it was a classroom and there were 30 chairs available. Harry sat. The mandatory review, he said, before she could start, because they'd both been thinking about the same thing since Adeyemi read the final provision. The mandatory review, Hermione confirmed, spreading her parchment on the desk. Her research framework from October had been updated so many times it was now a document in 3 sections with cross-referenced margin notes in 2 colors of ink, which was the visual representation of 2 months of very focused thinking. The ICW's Legislative Review Committee will conduct a formal review of all Wizengamot decisions made during Dumbledore's tenure as Chief Warlock that have bearing on inheritance, blood status, or creature rights. That's the provision. What it doesn't specify is what happens after the review. Because the review just establishes findings, Harry said. The review itself doesn't change legislation. It just documents it. Exactly. For the findings to translate into actual legislative change, someone has to bring a challenge to the relevant acts. Through a mechanism with sufficient authority to override both the Wizengamot and the Ministry's resistance. She looked at him over the parchment. The Founder's override. The override plus the review findings, Harry said. The review gives us the documentation. The override gives us the mechanism. And timing, Hermione said. The review committee is ICW appointed, so they operate on ICW schedule. I wrote to Bones in Geneva this morning. She said this in the tone of someone who considers writing to an ICW liaison at 6 in the morning a perfectly reasonable activity, and she says the committee can be convened as early as February. Findings would be ready by April at the latest. She paused. If you submit the override petition to the Heritage Council in April, with the review findings as supporting documentation, and with endorsements from the Gryffindor and Peveril seats, which I hold, Harry said. Which you hold, she agreed. Then the petition goes before the full ICW for a mandatory vote. They can't defer it, the override provision requires a vote within 30 days of submission. And a successful override challenge doesn't just change one act. It creates a precedent. She set her pencil down, which she did when she was making a point she considered particularly important. Harry, if the Blood Status Registration Act is overturned through the override mechanism, every piece of legislation built on top of it loses its legal foundation automatically. The employment restrictions, the inheritance differentials, the creature classification acts that use the same underlying legal framework, they all fall. Harry looked at the research framework spread across the desk. 2 months of Hermione Granger's attention, organized into a cascade of legal consequences that was, in its own way, a kind of architecture, the blueprint for dismantling something that had been built deliberately and systematically and which had to be dismantled in the same way, deliberately, systematically, each stone removed in the right order so the whole thing came down cleanly rather than collapsing in a direction that hurt someone. There will be resistance, Harry said. Not just political. Personal. Families who have structured their entire identity around the blood status framework. They'll challenge the override itself. They can't, Hermione said. The override is in the founding ICW charter. It predates the British Ministry of Magic by 300 years. Challenging the override would be challenging the founding document of international magical governance. No national body has the legal standing to do that. So their only option is to challenge my claim to the Emery seat. And the Gringotts assessment is the evidence for that claim, Hermione said. Which they'd have to challenge in Gringotts' own legal system. Which no one has successfully done in the bank's history, Harry said. In 1100 years of operation, Hermione confirmed. She looked satisfied in the specific way she looked satisfied when a piece of research had produced something she'd suspected but needed to verify. They have nowhere to go. Harry looked at the framework for a long moment. Show me the sequence, he said. Walk me through it. She did. For the next 2 hours, she walked him through the legislative cascade, which acts fell directly on the Blood Status Act's overturning, which required separate challenge, which would need to be addressed through standard Wizengamot reform rather than the override mechanism. She had color-coded it, which should have been excessive and was in fact extraordinarily useful. Harry asked questions, pushed back on 3 of her sequencing assumptions, agreed with all 3 of her revisions, and by the end had a clear operational picture of what the next 18 months looked like. The Wisingamot seats, he said, when they'd reached the end of the framework. 8 seats is not a majority. No, Hermione said. It's 23% of the current chamber. But combined with seats that will vote in the same direction, Bones, Longbottom, several others that Ragnarok's political analysis identified as reform sympathetic, you're at roughly 40%. You need to build the remaining 10% through direct political work. Which means conversations, Harry said. A lot of them, Hermione agreed. With people who are not necessarily natural allies but who can be brought to the same position through self-interest, principle, or both. Harry thought about Draco Malfoy's father submitting a document package to the ICW. About Daphne Greengrass's measured assessment of which families had nothing to lose and something to gain. About the particular political flexibility of people who have just had their previous certainties dismantled by a tribunal verdict and are now in the market for a new framework to believe in. Lucius Malfoy, he said. Hermione looked at him. You're serious. He cooperated with the tribunal. He has Wisingamot influence with 3 other old family seats that historically follow his lead. And he's recalibrating. Draco said so. I believe it. He paused. I don't need him to become a reformer. I need him to vote correctly on specific pieces of legislation for reasons that serve his family's interests. I can make that case. Hermione was quiet for a moment, turning her pencil end over end. If you can bring the Malfoy-affiliated seats, you're at majority, she said. Yes. And then the override petition is a formality, she said. Because the ICW vote would be a foregone conclusion. That's the point, Harry said. The override is the mechanism, not the fight. The fight happens in the political groundwork. If the groundwork is done properly, the override vote is just procedure. Hermione looked at him with the expression she'd been developing since their first conversation on the Hogwarts Express, the one that was partly assessment and partly something warmer and more specific, the expression of someone who has found the thing they were meant to be doing and the person they were meant to be doing it alongside. You've been thinking about this since October, she said. Since September, Harry said honestly. Since the train. She laughed, short and genuine. Same, she admitted. Christmas arrived with the generosity of a castle that understood celebration. Most students went home for the holidays. Harry stayed, which was a choice he made not from lack of options. Several invitations had arrived, including one from the Weasleys that was warm and slightly chaotic in its phrasing and which he turned down only because he had specific things that needed doing at Hogwarts over the break, but from preference. Hogwarts in the holidays was different in the way that familiar places are different when they empty, quieter, larger, more itself. The castle felt more present without several hundred students running currents of adolescent energy through its corridors. Neville stayed too. And Hermione, whose parents had been understanding about the holidays' request in the way that Hermione's parents appeared to be understanding about most of Hermione's decisions, they trusted her judgment, which Harry suspected was both because she had excellent judgment and because she had been making her own decisions competently since before she was old enough to use the word competent. Ron went home. His departure was accompanied by a handshake for Harry that lasted slightly longer than handshakes usually do, the particular handshake of someone who wants to say something they haven't worked out the words for yet. Harry had gripped back and said, "Give your dad my regards," and Ron had nodded and gone, and that had been sufficient. On Christmas morning Harry found presents at the foot of his bed. He hadn't expected them. Not specifically, he'd known academically that the tradition existed, having read about it, but the physical reality of objects wrapped in paper and ribbon at the end of his own bed in his own dormitory was something that required a moment of adjustment. Hermione had given him a book, Advanced Magical Theory, Pre-Hogwarts Traditions and Their Modern Applications, which was immediately and obviously relevant to the Emery's claim work and which had a note tucked inside the front cover in her small precise hand, found this in the restricted section under Historical Curiosities. It shouldn't be restricted. Argue with Madame Pants if you disagree. Happy Christmas. Neville had given him a small plant in a pot, a variety Harry didn't recognize, compact and dark green with leaves that had a faint silver edge. The note said, "It's called Verdant's Anchor. Herbology tradition says it grows best for people who are putting down roots." I thought it suited. Harry looked at the plant for a moment. He put it on his windowsill where it would get the morning light. There was a fourth package, larger than the others, with Gringotts' seal and a note from Ragnarok. The asset recovery claim for the Gaunt Ring and Resurrection Stone was resolved on December 20th. The ring is enclosed. The stone has been removed from the ring setting as per Peveril Vault documentation and stored separately under maximum security. The ring itself is a Gaunt family heirloom of no magical significance. Once separated from the stone, it belongs to you as heir of the Slytherin primary. Happy Christmas. Ragnarok, Senior Director. The ring was plain gold, old, set now with nothing, a small depression where the stone had been. Harry looked at it for a moment. Then he put it in the Peveril chest alongside the cloak, because it was part of the same story and deserved to be kept with the rest of it. There was one more letter, tucked between the ring box and the chest. Not wrapped. Just an envelope with his name on it, and no return address, and handwriting he had never seen but immediately recognized because he'd been told about it. Sirius Black. The letter was 2 pages, and it was the most human document Harry had read all year. No legal precision, no professional formality, just a man's handwriting going sometimes fast and sometimes slow depending on what he was saying, the pressure of the pen varying with the emotional weight of the words. Harry, I don't know how to start this. I've been starting it for 3 months since Bones reached out and told me your name was in the testimony. 3 months. You'd think I'd have something figured out by now. I was your parents' best friend. I was your godfather. I should have been there for the first 11 years of your life and I wasn't, and the reasons I wasn't are complicated and the short version is, I was betrayed by someone I trusted and I didn't have the protection of someone who should have provided it and I was put in a place that did things to your mind and your sense of time that I can't fully explain yet. I'm out now. Provisional release pending the supplementary tribunal proceeding Bones has scheduled. She told me you submitted testimony about the irregular imprisonment. She said that without your testimony the supplementary proceeding wouldn't have had the legal standing it needed. I don't know what to do with that except say thank you, which is completely inadequate, but there it is. I want to meet you. When you're ready. No pressure, no expectation, I missed 11 years, I'm not going to make demands about the next 11. But I want you to know I'm here. I'm real. I'm significantly less than I was 12 years ago but I'm working on it. Your mum would have loved you so much. Your dad too. I can tell you things about them, when you want. Stories. The real ones, not the legend. I'm at a place Bones arranged. Safe. Writing this at a kitchen table that isn't mine yet but might be. Your godfather, Sirius. Harry read it twice. Then he sat on his bed with it in his hands and looked at the winter light coming through the dormitory window and the small plant on the sill with its silver-edged leaves and thought about things that had been taken from him and things that were being given back and the difference between the two, which was less sharp than he'd expected. The things being given back didn't replace the things that had been taken. They went in different places. They were their own category. He wrote back that afternoon. A full page, because it deserved a full page. He said he wanted to meet. He asked for the stories about his parents. He said, and this was the part he wrote slowly and got right on the second attempt, that he didn't blame Sirius for the 11 years, because Sirius had been a victim of the same system Harry was in the process of dismantling, and that the appropriate target for that particular anger was already facing a remediation order and a permanent suspension and the much more private punishment of having to live with a complete understanding of everything he'd done. He gave the letter to Atlas, who took it with professional efficiency and departed through the window into the Christmas morning sky. January came back with the students and the regular rhythm of school. Which was the right word for it now, regular. Not the fraught, unbalanced rhythm of the first weeks, when the Dumbledore arrest had been a live wire running through every interaction and the sorting itself had happened in the shadow of the morning's extraordinary events. The school had absorbed everything the way communities absorb shocks, not by forgetting, but by incorporating. The staff had found their new equilibrium. McGonagall was settling into the headmistress role with the grim efficiency of someone who has been doing the job without the title for 20 years and is only mildly put out about the paperwork increase. A new defense professor had been appointed, a woman named Marlowe Finch-Fletchley who had spent 12 years with the ICW Enforcement Division before retiring to teach, and who ran her classroom with the practical, unromantic authority of someone who has encountered actual dark magic and has opinions about the gap between the theoretical approach and the applied one. Harry liked her immediately. She liked him back in the specific way that good teachers like students who make them work harder to stay ahead, which is to say with a slightly competitive respect. February brought the ICW Review Committee's preliminary findings, which Bones forwarded to Harry by express owl with a brief note, as expected. Everything documented. Committee's formal report due March. Bones. Harry filed it with Hermione's research framework, which had grown to 6 sections and a separate appendix. It also brought Sirius Black to Hogsmeade. This had been arranged through Bones, who had arranged many things with the patient precision of someone who understands that the legal resolution of a problem and the human resolution of a problem are 2 separate tasks, both necessary. Harry had known for a week. He hadn't told Hermione or Neville, not because he was hiding it but because he hadn't worked out yet what it was going to be, and he'd learned over the past year that there were some things you needed to experience before you could describe them. He met Sirius at the Three Broomsticks on a Saturday afternoon, which Madame Rosmerta accommodated with the particular discretion of someone who had been the center of community information networks for 20 years and understood that some information was not community property. Sirius Black was thinner than the photographs. Photographs from before Azkaban, which were the ones that had circulated in his Innocence Hearing documentation, showed a man in his late 20s who was dark-haired, sharp-featured, and in possession of the particular ease of someone who'd grown up in a world that fit him. What sat across from Harry in the corner booth of the Three Broomsticks was a man who had been 12 years somewhere that didn't fit anyone, and who was rebuilding himself from the outside in, cleaner than he'd been in September, the Azkaban weight still present but less acute, wearing clothes that were his own rather than borrowed, making the very deliberate effort of someone who has decided that the deliberate effort is worth making. He stood up when Harry came in. They looked at each other. Harry had thought about this moment. He'd thought about what it would feel like and what he'd say and whether the gap of 11 years would be the primary thing in the room. What he hadn't anticipated was that Sirius would look at him with an expression that had nothing performed in it, just the raw, disorganized emotion of someone who has been waiting for something for so long that the actual arrival of it is structurally overwhelming, and that this expression would make all of Harry's prepared thinking unnecessary. "Hi," Harry said. "Hi," Sirius said. His voice was rougher than the letter, lower. You look like James." "But with Lily's eyes, everyone always says that." "I know," Harry said. "Sit down. I'll get drinks." He went to the bar, ordered 2 butterbeers and a plate of something from Madame Rosmerta, who said nothing and took the order with the professional warmth of someone who has served more important conversations than this and knows better than to treat any of them as remarkable. When Harry came back, Sirius had composed himself into something less raw, the effort visible and worth respecting. Harry sat down and handed Sirius the butterbeer. "Tell me about my dad," Harry said. So Sirius did. He talked for an hour and 40 minutes with barely a pause, and the stories came out in the particular order of things that have been kept for a long time, not chronological, not thematic, but associative, one memory pulling the next up behind it the way a fishing line pulls up unexpected things. James Potter chasing a golden snitch around the Hogwarts grounds in 5th year with such single-minded velocity that he'd flown directly into the Whomping Willow and spent a week in the hospital wing arguing that the outcome had been worth it because he'd caught the snitch. James Potter standing up in the Great Hall in 3rd year to tell a 7th-year Slytherin to leave a 1st-year Hufflepuff alone and outnumbered and absolutely not concerned about either fact. James Potter staying up all night the week before every exam revising with Sirius in the common room, both of them falling asleep over their textbooks, Lily finding them in the morning and leaving cups of tea that were still warm when they woke up, which was the moment, Sirius said, that James had known properly. Lily, talking at speed when she was excited about something, which was frequently. Lily making an argument so precisely that it became impossible to disagree with, and then looking slightly embarrassed that she'd done it again. Lily being kind in the specific way of people who are kind because they think about other people more than themselves rather than because kindness is their social strategy. Harry listened and did not try to manage his face, which was doing several things he couldn't entirely track. He had wanted his parents for 11 years in the way you want something you've never had, an absence so familiar it almost doesn't feel like absence anymore, just the ordinary shape of things. And here was someone who had actually known them. Not the legend, not the tragic martyrs of the wizarding world's darkest night, but the people who had stayed up too late and been too loud and been in love and been afraid and been alive. She wrote me a letter, Harry said, when Sirius had reached a natural pause. Before Godric's Hollow. She'd hidden it with Petunia. Sirius looked at him. What did she say? That she'd suspected Dumbledore. That she'd been to Gringotts. That she wanted me to stop being managed and start being myself. Harry looked at the butterbeer glass. I think about her a lot. Not the way she died. The way she was. That's right, Sirius said quietly. That's exactly right. She would have wanted that. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, which was itself significant, the ease of it, after an hour and 40 minutes of a first meeting, which was either the particular comfort of blood connection or the specific chemistry of two people who were going to get along and had moved through the preliminary uncertainty quickly. The supplementary tribunal, Harry said. Bones said late February. Yes, Sirius said. I'm ready. A pause. Pettigrew is the thing they need. Peter Pettigrew, who everyone thinks is dead, he's the one who actually betrayed your parents. He faked his death, transformed, and has been living as a rat in a wizarding family for 12 years. He said it with the contained fury of someone who has been practicing containing this fury for months and has gotten reasonably good at it. Bones knows. The ICW has his description and his animagus form registered and ICW investigators are actively searching. They'll find him, Harry said. You sound certain. I've read Bones' case record, Harry said. She doesn't lose things she's looking for. Sirius looked at him for a moment. Then he laughed, a real one, abrupt and surprised, with a quality underneath it that was partly grief and partly something warmer. James would have loved this, he said. He would have been absolutely insufferably proud. Harry looked down at the table. I know, he said, and it was the first time he'd said those words about his father with the sense of actually knowing, and the difference between knowing from reading and knowing from being told was significant, and he held it carefully. March arrived, and with it the ICW Review Committee's formal report, which ran to 240 pages and concluded what Harry and Hermione had already known and documented, that a systematic pattern of legislative suppression existed in the Wisengamot decisions of the relevant period, that the Blood Status Registration Act of 1937 was the primary enabling mechanism of that suppression, and that 17 additional pieces of legislation either depended directly on the Act's framework, or had been crafted in explicit reference to it. Harry submitted the override petition to the ICW Heritage Council on the 21st of March. He wrote it himself, in the formal register the charter required, with Hermione's research framework as the evidential appendix and the ICW review report as the supporting documentation and the endorsements of the Gryffindor and Peveril Heritage Council seats signed in his own hand. Ragnarok notarized it. Bones had it entered into the ICW official record by end of day. The 30-day clock started. What happened in that 30 days was, in its way, more interesting than the tribunal had been, because it was faster and more personal and required Harry to be in several different conversations simultaneously, which he managed through a combination of organized correspondence, Hermione's scheduling framework, and the growing fact of his reputation as someone who could be talked to directly without political theater and who would respond in kind. Lucius Malfoy requested a meeting through Gringotts' formal channel. Harry agreed and met him in a Gringotts consultation room on a Saturday morning. Lucius impeccably turned out, as Draco was always impeccably turned out but with the seniority that made it a statement rather than a habit, and Harry in his Hogwarts robes without particular concern for whether this was appropriately formal, which was its own kind of statement. Malfoy Sr. was intelligent in the way that people who have operated in political spaces for decades are intelligent, reading the room, tracking implications, calculating outcomes 2 moves ahead. He looked at Harry with the frank assessment of someone who has stopped pretending the assessment isn't happening. "The override petition," Lucius said. "Yes," Harry said. "3 families whose Wisengamot votes I influence will resist it," Lucius said. "The Greengrass family has already confirmed they will support it," a brief flicker of something that might have been professional respect for whoever had gotten to them first, but not Avery, "and Selwyn will vote against." "Why?" "Because the blood status framework is the basis of their social position," Lucius said. "They have no other currency. Remove the legal basis for blood status hierarchy and they're left with nothing distinctive." He paused. "I'm not defending the position. I'm explaining it." "What would change their vote?" Harry asked. Lucius considered this with the deliberate care of someone who is accustomed to brokering deals and is currently deciding how honest to be about his methods. "Selwyn can be moved by precedent," he said. "If there's a documented case of a pure-blood family benefiting from the new framework, specifically, documentation of inheritance rights recovered under the override's legislative changes, Selwyn follows the self-interest argument. He always has. The House Potter estate includes several subsidiary claims that were suppressed by ministry decisions that fall under the override review," Harry said. "Some of those decisions directly impacted the Selwyn family's collateral inheritance position." He paused. "I'll have Ragnarok prepare a legal analysis." Lucius looked at him steadily. "You had that information before this meeting?" "Yes," Harry said. A silence. "Nod is more ideological," Lucius said. "Genuinely believes in blood purity as a principle. He'll be difficult." "I'm not expecting 100%, Harry said. "I'm expecting the votes I need." Lucius was quiet for a moment. "Avery," he said. "Avery is manageable. I'll manage him." Harry looked at him. "Why are you helping?" Lucius met his gaze with the directness of someone who has decided the honest answer is more useful than the diplomatic one. "Because my son told me you were the person who was going to determine the political landscape of the next 30 years, and I have been in this business long enough to understand the value of being on the right side of the determining person before the determination is complete." He paused. "And because I submitted a package to Investigator Bones that I cannot take back, and which means my future is tied to the outcome of this proceeding whether I choose to be active in it or not. I prefer to be active." "That's honest," Harry said. "Draco told me you preferred it," Lucius said, with something that was not quite a smile but was adjacent to it. "He's right," Harry said. "Ragnarok will have the Selwyn analysis to you by Wednesday." The ICW vote happened on April 22. Harry was not in Geneva for it. The vote was a council procedural matter, not a tribunal, and there was no provision for the petitioner to attend. He received the result by Patronus message, Bones Silver Cat arriving in the Gryffindor common room at 7 in the evening while Harry was doing Transfiguration homework and Hermione was simultaneously doing Transfiguration homework and reviewing the post-override legislative cascade sheet updated 3 times in the past week. The cat said, in Bones' voice, "Override petition approved, 41 votes to 9. The Blood Status Registration Act of 1937 is hereby suspended pending legislative review and formal repeal proceedings. Supplementary challenge proceedings against the 17 dependent acts will begin in May. Congratulations, Mr. Potter. Don't get comfortable, there's a great deal of work still to do." The cat dissolved. The common room had gone very quiet during the message, the 40-odd students present having stopped what they were doing in the particular way people stop when they sense the weight of something without yet knowing its specific shape. Harry looked up from his homework and found every face turned toward him, and he looked back at them without performance or announcement, just the ordinary face of someone who has received news they expected and is processing it with the private reality of something that's been a long time coming. Neville, who was on the hearthrug with herbology notes and Trevor sitting on the corner of his parchment with an expression of profound disinterest in herbology, said quietly, "It passed." 41-9, Harry said. Neville let out a long breath. Trevor, startled, leapt off the parchment. Hermione had already turned back to her notes and was writing with increased velocity, which was her expression of significant emotion redirected through productive application. "The cascade begins in May," she said. "Bones is right that we can't stop. The act being suspended doesn't mean the dependent legislation falls automatically, each one needs to go through review proceedings. That's 17 separate challenges over the next year." "I know," Harry said. "I want to be involved," she said. "Not as a witness or a supporting party. I want to be actively involved in the legal challenge process." She looked up. "I know I'm not qualified. But I'll be qualified. I'm going to be the best magical lawyer this country has seen, and I can start now and be further ahead when it counts." Harry looked at her. "I'll tell Bones," he said. "I already wrote to her," Hermione said. "Last week. She said she'd consider it. I think she's waiting to see if you'd back the request." "You knew I would," Harry said. "Yes," she said. "But it was polite to verify." She went back to her notes. "I'm going to need access to the ICW legal library." "I'll have Ragnarok arrange credentials," Harry said. "Thank you." Fred and George materialized from somewhere in the upper reaches of the common room and deposited something on Harry's homework, a box of their extendable ear prototypes, which had been refined over the course of the year from a working concept into a genuinely sophisticated product, because the twins applied to their work an engineering rigor that they were careful not to let their teachers know about. "Celebration," said Fred. "Delayed," said George. "We've been waiting for a verdict worth celebrating," Fred continued. "This is clearly that verdict," George finished. "So, extendable ears, prototype 6, improved range and volume control." Fred set the box down. "Also, we've been thinking." "About what?" Harry said. "Business," said George. "Specifically, the kind of business that requires capital," said Fred. "Which we don't have." "And an investor who understands the value of innovation," said George. Harry looked at the box of extendable ears. He thought about the twins' engineering precision disguised as chaos, their social intelligence disguised as humor, and the specific quality of their attention when they were actually focused, which was formidable and largely invisible because they'd decided at some point that it was safer to be underestimated. He thought about what they'd made in a year with almost no resources and plenty of discouragement. "Write me a proposal," he said. "Proper one. What you need, what you expect to do with it, and how it comes back." They stared at him. "You're serious," Fred said. "Completely," Harry said. "The proposal. Give me 2 weeks." They looked at each other with the rapid twin communication that bypassed language entirely. Then Fred said, 2 weeks, and George said, "Done," and they retreated in what was almost certainly the direction of a quiet corner and a long conversation about what a proper business proposal involved, which Harry suspected they would figure out to a surprisingly professional standard. April ended. The year's remaining weeks had the quality of a long piece of music coming into its final movement, not winding down, exactly, but finding the register it had always been heading for. Exams arrived and were dealt with. Harry sat them with the focused, untroubled attention of someone who has spent a year learning because the knowledge mattered, which is the best possible preparation for examinations. Hermione sat them with the focused, slightly more intense attention of someone who has spent a year learning because the knowledge mattered and because she intended to demonstrate that she had mastered it, which Harry found both predictable and admirable. Neville, who had spent the year quietly discovering that he was considerably more capable than anyone had told him, sat the herbology practical with the ease of someone operating in their native element and surprised himself by also doing well in transfiguration, which he reported to Harry afterward with the particular delight of unexpected competence. The Quidditch Cup went to Gryffindor, which Oliver would accept it as confirmation of a rightness that the universe had been slow to deliver. Harry caught the snitch in the final against Ravenclaw in 4 minutes and 30 seconds, which was a Hogwarts record by 2 full minutes, and which the Ravenclaw seeker, a fifth-year girl named Chambers who was entirely competent and just outmatched, acknowledged afterward with the good grace of a sportswoman. They shook hands on the pitch and she said, "You're obscenely fast," and Harry said, "You're good. Second year?" And she said yes, and he said she'd be fine and meant it, and she seemed to know he meant it, and the exchange had the particular quality of people who speak sports as a first language finding each other. The last Wizengamot meeting of the year happened in late May. Harry attended for the first time. 8 seats. He'd sat in the observer gallery twice during the spring term, getting the shape of the chamber, the semicircular seating, the speaking protocols, the informal hierarchies that existed alongside the formal procedures. He'd watched and said nothing and learned how the room actually worked, which was somewhat different from how the charter said it worked, which is true of all real deliberative bodies. Now he walked in as a member, which produced the kind of silence that tends to follow 11-year-olds entering rooms where they have not previously been present as voting members with 8 seats. He sat in the seat designated for the Potter family. The others would be claimed at the October convening, when Ragnarok had confirmed the remaining claim paperwork would be complete, and he looked at the chamber around him. Several faces looked back with expressions across the full spectrum, from the measured welcome of Amelia Bones' political allies to the barely managed irritation of Nott and his associated bloc to the studied neutrality of people waiting to see how this would play out before committing to a direction. Lucius Malfoy, in the Malfoy family seat 3 rows across, gave Harry a nod that was precise and minimal and communicated several things without any of them being said. The session was largely procedural, end-of-term business, administrative matters, the formal recording of the override petition's outcome and its legal implications for the review proceedings beginning in May. Harry voted on 3 substantive matters, twice with the reform bloc, once against a proposed security measure that had the shape of something well-intentioned and the actual substance of something that would disproportionately impact Muggle-born families, which he'd identified from Hermione's framework and which he voted against quietly and without announcement. After the session, Griselda Marchbanks, tiny, ancient, the head of the Wizarding Examinations Authority and one of the most significant figures in the Wizengamot's history, walked across the chamber and stood in front of him. "Mr. Potter," she said. She looked at him with the assessment of someone who has been assessing people for 8 decades. "I knew your grandmother, on your father's side. Euphemia. She was an exceptional woman." "I've read about her," Harry said. "She would be pleased," Marchbanks said. "I want you to know that. The old families, the ones that deserve to be old because of what they built and preserved, not because of what they excluded, we've been waiting for something like this." She paused. "Don't rush the next part. Build it right. That's the plan," Harry said. She looked at him for another moment, the long assessing look of someone verifying that what they're seeing is real. Then she nodded once, sharp, conclusive, and walked away. June. The end-of-year feast was everything it should have been, enormous, warm, the great hall in its full ceremonial form, the house points announced with McGonagall's particular satisfaction at Gryffindor's total, the applause from the red and gold table enthusiastic enough to shake the enchanted ceiling into sympathetic ripples. Harry sat between Neville and Hermione and ate well and listened to the hall that had been his home for a year and thought about what it had contained, a sorting that had split the school's political assumptions at the root, a year of classes that had been education in the genuine sense of the word, not just in the curriculum but in the larger questions of how things worked and how to work within them, a Quidditch pitch that had given him the first purely physical joy of his life, a castle that had learned to recognize him and which he had learned in return. He thought about Snape, who had spent the year teaching potions with the demanding precision of someone who believes that exactness is a form of respect, and who had stopped him once in the corridor in March, after the supplementary tribunal had confirmed Sirius Black's exoneration, and said simply, "Your mother would have wanted him free. I'm glad he is." And then walked away, which was the most emotionally complete thing Snape had done all year and which Harry had marked carefully and held without comment. He thought about Quirrell, who was in ICW medical care, the parasitic anchoring on his system being addressed by specialists who were cautiously optimistic about his prognosis, which Harry had learned from Bones and which he held with the specific complexity of someone who understands that Quirrell had been as much a victim as a perpetrator. He thought about Voldemort, whose remaining anchors were being systematically documented. Ragnarok's information and Snape's knowledge and the Ignotus Journal's theoretical framework had produced a working map of likely locations, which Bones' team was addressing with the methodical patience of people who understand that this work has to be done correctly or not at all. He thought about Peter Pettigrew, who had been found in March living as a rat in the Weasley household, an event that had been traumatic for several members of the family and which had been addressed with both legal precision and genuine human care for the family's well-being, because some things were both. Pettigrew was in ICW custody. Sirius was free, entirely and completely, the exoneration formal and irrevocable. He thought about 16 houses, and what they were becoming, not just names on a Gringotts ledger but actual structures, some of them tentatively reconnecting with their magical traditions, several of them represented by families who had written to Harry over the course of the year with the hesitant formality of people trying to re-establish something that had been interrupted. The Bones collateral claim had produced a correspondence with Susan Bones that had eventually become something more like friendship than formal contact. The Longbottom claim had already been absorbed into what existed between Harry and Neville, which didn't need a legal framework to be real but which had one anyway. McGonagall rose to give the end-of-year address. She spoke without notes, in the direct, unadorned manner that was her characteristic mode, about the year that had been, acknowledging, without dramatizing, that it had been extraordinary. She spoke about what Hogwarts was and what it was intended to be, a place where the next generation of magical Britain learned not just spells but judgment, not just technique but responsibility. She spoke about the school's commitment to those values in the coming year and in the years after that. Then she looked at Harry. Not with sentimentality. McGonagall did not do sentimentality. With something precise and clear and warm in the way that factual things can be warm when they are genuinely believed. This school has, in its 1,000 years, occasionally had the privilege of educating individuals whose time here proved to be the beginning of something much larger than a school year, she said. I will not embarrass those individuals by naming them. They know who they are. A pause. I will say that I am proud, as the head of this institution, to be the person responsible for whatever small contribution Hogwarts makes to what comes next. Harry looked at the enchanted ceiling, at the summer sky visible through the magical window of it, blue and wide, the particular blue of June at the edge of the Highlands, enormous and clear. He thought about his mother's letter. Stop letting him manage things. The rest follows. It had. It was still following. There was a great deal of it left to do. The 17 legislative challenges, Sirius establishing his life in the house on Grimmauld Place that he was methodically rebuilding into something livable, the Wizengamot and the 7 remaining seats and the political groundwork of the next several years, Voldemort's anchors and the careful systematic work of removing each one, the question of what Hogwarts would look like in 2 years and 5 years and 10 when the legal framework Harry was building had changed the composition of who could attend without fear and what they were taught when they got there. But the foundation was laid. Not finished. Foundations aren't finished, they're built to hold what comes on top, and what came on top was always the point. The foundation was laid and it was solid and it had been built from the right materials, truth, and documentation, and the specific kind of patience that is not passive but strategic, and the people who had chosen to stand in the same direction without being asked to and without being managed into it. Hermione, already making notes about second-year curriculum and which texts she was going to get from the ICW legal library over the summer. Neville, who had written to his grandmother last week to tell her he wanted to spend part of the summer learning the Longbottom Estate's preserved potion garden, which was 300 years old and had been neglected for 20, and whose grandmother had written back with the quiet enthusiasm of someone who has been waiting to share something for a very long time. Ron, who had written from home during the Easter holidays that his father had been promoted, quietly, without announcement, but promoted, to a position with actual legislative influence in the ministry's reform committee, which had been established in the wake of the override petition's approval and which Arthur Weasley was, by Ron's account, working in with the particular energy of someone who has been waiting their whole life for permission to do the right thing and has finally gotten it. Fred and George, whose business proposal had arrived 2 weeks ago, 15 pages, thoroughly researched, with projected revenue charts that were optimistic but not implausible and product specifications that demonstrated they had been paying considerably more attention in charms than anyone had realized. Harry had read it twice and had Ragnarok review the financial structure and had written back, approved. Full funding. One condition, call it what it actually is, not what sounds safest. You're funny and the products are funny and the shop should be funny. Lean into it. Their response had been a single line, Weasley's Wizard wheezes. Done. You're our hero. Sirius, who had come to the end-of-year Hogsmeade weekend and met Harry at the Three Broomsticks for the 3rd time, and who was looking better, not recovered, because 12 years didn't recover in 6 months, but building toward it with the committed, slightly stubborn energy of someone who has decided that the damage is real and the building is also real and both things can be true simultaneously. They had talked for 3 hours, and Sirius had told him about the Marauders, and about Hogwarts in the 70s, and about the specific and various ways in which James Potter had been simultaneously infuriating and wonderful, and Harry had laughed more than he had in a year, which was saying something, because the year had had good moments. He looked at the ceiling. He thought about the green fire in Ragnarok's grate, the first deliberate act of his unbound magic, the first thing he had done that was fully his. He thought about the Sorting Hat's voice, the reason Godric Gryffindor wanted this hat to exist in the first place. To find the kind of person that fear cannot redirect. He thought about being 11, and being 20% of himself, and finding a letter in a mail slot before anyone else was awake, and making a decision that turned out to be the right decision, which was not because he was exceptional but because the decision itself was clear once you decided to look at it clearly, and he had simply looked. The feast wound toward its end. The candles burned lower. The conversations around him were the warm, slightly sad conversations of endings that are also beginnings, which is what the end of a school year always is. Neville was telling Hermione about the Longbottom Potion Garden, and she was asking questions that were technically more advanced than first-year potions curriculum suggested they should be, which neither of them mentioned because Hermione's curriculum relationship had always been a suggestion rather than a constraint. Harry reached into his bag and took out the Ignotus Peverell journal, which he'd been carrying since October, and opened it to the last entry, the one he'd saved, deliberately, because the shape of it had told him it was meant to be read at the end rather than the beginning. Whoever finds this, Ignotus had written, in 1482, in a hand that was direct and quick and full of personality, I hope the world you've built is better than the one I'm leaving. Not because the one I'm leaving is terrible, it has good things in it, and I have loved being alive in it. But because the whole point of leaving something behind is that the people who come after do better with it than you did. That's the only inheritance that matters. Not the vaults or the seats or the objects. What you build with them. Build something worth building. Harry closed the journal. He looked around the great hall, at the teacher's table where McGonagall sat with the composed satisfaction of someone who has navigated a historic year and has every intention of navigating the next one, at the Slytherin table where Daphne Greengrass was in conversation with a Ravenclaw 6th year that had the quality of something deliberate rather than accidental, at the Gryffindor table where Fred was explaining something to George using a diagram drawn on a napkin that was almost certainly the floor plan of their future shop, at Neville's hand on the table where Trevor had taken up residence on a bread roll with the sovereign confidence of a toad who has found his preferred location and intends to keep it. He thought about the next year. The Wizengamot sessions, the 17 legislative challenges, the ongoing work of building a political coalition out of people with different motivations and the same general direction, which was always the actual work of politics rather than the dramatic version of it. He thought about second-year classes, which he intended to approach with the same genuine curiosity he'd brought to the first. He thought about Quidditch, which he was already thinking about, because some things were allowed to be simple pleasures. He thought about Voldemort's anchors, the careful documented map, the ICW's methodical approach, the eventual resolution that was not yet but was coming. He was not afraid of it. Fear and respect were different things, and he had developed, over the course of this year, a very clear sense of which was appropriate to which situations. He thought about his mother, who had told him to stop letting things be managed. He thought about his father, who had stayed up too late and caught snitches into Whomping Willows and been in love and been afraid and been alive. He thought about 16 houses, and what it meant to inherit something, not passively, not because blood decided, but actively, because you chose to pick it up and carry it forward and build something with it that the people who built it first would recognize as theirs. "Harry," Hermione said. "Yes." "The summer reading list for second year," she said. "I've compiled a supplementary list, things not on the official list but relevant to the legislative work and the founder's material. I'll owl it to you in July." "I'll read everything on it," Harry said. "I know," she said. "I'm sending it anyway." He smiled, and put the journal back in his bag, and looked at the enchanted ceiling one more time, the June sky through the magic of it, blue and wide and full of the particular quality of a Highland summer evening, which was the quality of things being possible. He was 11 years old. He had 16 houses and 8 votes and a founder's override and a godfather and a mother's letter and an ancient journal and a wand that fit and a castle that recognized him and a sorting hat that had called him brave and a plan that was already in motion and the specific kind of patience that turns plans into things. He had friends, which was the thing he'd had none of for 11 years and which he had discovered this year was not a luxury but a structural requirement, the thing that made everything else possible rather than merely theoretical. He had work to do. He picked up his fork, and finished his pudding, and let the evening continue around him in the warm, specific way of evenings that belong to you rather than to whatever you're surviving, and thought, this is what it feels like when you stop letting people manage the story and start writing it yourself. Then he ate his pudding, because the pudding was excellent and some things were allowed to be simple. And that was enough. For now.